Terror 98.
And since this is a purple stream, greetings, sentient beings.
Greetings, sentient beings. Greetings.
Yes.
Well,
How is everybody?
Go on, Purple, say it. Go on, Purple, say it.
Greetings, sentient beings.
That's it. You see, that's it. Hello,
and also
hello,
disclaimer,
hello. And
there will be a
dog. Rose.
Oh, go ahead.
And this is me in the sauna. This is someone not in a sauna. They're in a tiny home, and this is someone who we apparently raise money for. I don't know. Someone explain
well,
that.
The reason we're here today,
why we're here.
Well, actually, we'll just wait because there's only dog and ox, and they already know what's going on. We'll wait till.
Hey, dog. Hey, ox. What other farm animals are there? Where's pig?
I don't know where Matt Pig is. I sent him a link. I
wanted dog, ox, and pig. I wanted dog, ox, and pig.
The fact that he didn't answer, I'm going to assume that he has his child right now with him.
See, that would make sense.
Because usually that's the only time he doesn't answer me is if he has baby on board. Or no longer baby on board.
Yep. And here I am forgetting that we're not in my channel anymore and I can't highlight the comments.
Yeah, the ox comment.
Oh.
So, what do people think of?
Sorry, I've been on so many other people's channels. I've been on so many other people's channels. Purple, I forgot I have control again.
Yep.
Here's a question: what do people think of dentists?
Say again.
What do people think of dentists?
I don't have much use for them anymore since they took all my teeth out.
But they do oral hygiene and oral health, not just teeth. Dentists do a lot more than teeth, you realize. Dentists are the people who do tongue health as well. Did you know that?
Well, my insurance won't pay for me to see one anymore. So apparently they think all they do is
discriminatory. That must be. So, go after your insurance company and say they are violating the Americans with Disabilities Act. Oh, dentists are not thieves. The tooth fairy is a thief.
The tooth fairy is what?
A thief.
The tooth fairy is not a thief. The tooth fairy pays for what they take.
Yes, not very much. It doesn't keep up with inflation, but
it's an unauthorized entry and unauthorized appropriation of goods. I never signed any contract with no tooth fairy, you know. I never entered into a legally binding contract to steal parts of my body.
It's true. Hi, dog.
Hey,
dog!
Hey, everyone.
It's dog. It's dog. 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 Dog.
You be drinking, Phoebe.
Dog.
And apparently we just got another donation that's brought us up to 5,000 even.
Oh, thanks everybody.
That was me.
I just dropped ash all over my floor. No fire, no fire.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah,
me.
Sometimes the GoFundMe can take a while before I should see an updated total.
Yeah, thank you very much then. Deb, get your ass in here, woman. I haven't seen you in like 24 hours or something.
Hey, Deb, get your backside in here. I'm not in a coffee shop anymore.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Deb in about 24 hours either because then I was up taking care of Soft Girl and having a meltdown, so. Not that those things were directly related, but just how it happened.
Yeah, just so everybody knows. That's what's going on.
Well, they were indirectly related because part of the meltdown was because a whole fucking bunch of websites didn't want to let me log on from my laptop instead of my desktop computer.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Twitch made it hideously difficult.
Skits, you want in, buddy?
Oh, yeah, Phoebe, what was that comment about buy Debs the French internet?
Who the hell are you in here, Skits?
Stool said buy Debs the internet. I said buy Debs the French internet. Does anybody here know what the French internet is?
I don't know.
Nope.
I think they were
I
saying
do.
it's
La internet.
No!
La internet. La
Internet.
internet.
I'm on about Minitel. I'm on about Minitel.
Ah,
We'd all
working on it,
buy
Reggie.
their
Thank you for the
Minitel.
reminder. I'm tired.
I'm going to be muting a lot. I'm still in hospital, so.
Yeah, no, it's okay, buddy. You do you. We're
Joel,
right here.
why are you in hospital?
Quarter Aquinas syndrome, so I'm paralyzed now.
What? Are you serious?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm paralyzed.
I didn't even know that happened, man. What the fuck? You just said you were in the hospital.
I've been here 6 weeks tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. It's been a long time.
Oh,
Fuck.
I'm now classed as a non-complete paraplegic.
A non-complete. Wow. I am so sorry to hear that.
Well, I've got a testicle infection at the moment as well. One of them's the size of a tennis ball. Ouch.
Ow.
Even though
I picked up this patient one time, and his was, I'm not kidding you, his right testicle was like this big.
Is my right one.
Obviously, he could not walk or anything.
Even though I'm paralyzed down there, it fucking hurts.
Well, being able to move it and get rid of pain are two different things. Yeah, right.
Oh, I am sorry. That's really. Oh.
Shit.
Yes. So. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, it was tough at first, but I've sort of accepted it now, and just I've got to say.
So, I don't mean to be probing here, but I want to go into interviewer mode, and I want to just ask questions about what is equine syndrome?
Cauda equine syndrome. Yeah, it's a compression of the spinal nerves right at the bottom of the spine.
Wait. Quarter equine. So they're claiming you're a quarter horse?
Yeah. Well, no. Apparently, the nerves brush out like a horse's tail, so it's called. So that's where they get called equina.
Oh, I really am sorry about that.
It's quite a rare syndrome, but yeah, I got it for no reason whatsoever. It just happens.
Yeah.
So I had a couple of inches of spine removed, which took the pain away, but left me paralyzed.
When you say you paralyzed, are you talking paralyzed from the waist down? Are we talking
from the waist down? Yeah.
What?
Yeah, from the waist down. But I'm non-complete. My legs won't hold my weight up, but I can hobble on a frame.
What does non-complete mean?
Weight. It means I still have some movement and feeling in my legs.
Oh, it's not like you're an incomplete human.
Complete paraplegia is totally non-deadness. And I'm non-complete. I'm incomplete. Yeah, paraplegic. Yes.
Well, fuck me.
I mean, the first 2 weeks of it was like tears and crap like that. But you got. I mean, I have to admit, this illness comes with a bereavement counselor, because losing your independence like that is a big old thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
As Purple can testify, with losing her car, and that's why you've got to get the new car. I think you should get a Hummer. You should have the money to get a Hummer by the time this is finished.
One, I don't have the money to get it, and two, if I did, I wouldn't be able to drive it.
Well, I think Sloth Girl should travel in style. So make sure.
Dog, is it?
I don't even think Sloth Girl could climb into a Hummer.
Humvee.
Sloth Girl is really short.
Yeah, negative 80 years. I hope it's not paid. I'm going to a new hospital in Sheffield for 3 months.
You're going
on Wednesday.
Are they sending you to? Oh wow!
Well, it's the only. I'm actually number 2 in the country now to go to this unit, which is
But the only other one, the only number 1 being Stoke Mandeville, of course.
No, this is basically for this is a spinal unit in Sheffield. No, Stoke Mandeville, is that in Sheffield?
No, Stoke Mandeville is in Stafford. Sorry.
No, this is the Princess Royal Hospital in Sheffield.
No, fancy.
Which just deals. It's the only one in the country that deals with. It's 90% teacher you independence or wheelchair and things like that, and it's 10% are physio, to try and get you as dependent as you can, basically. Well, I'd say it comes with a bereavement counselor, which you do go through the anger and the bargaining and things like that. You go through all of that, and obviously acceptance at the end. I've accepted the fact, but I still have my moments where I'll look out the window and think, what the fuck? Why?
Yeah.
Well, at least you're still a sound mind and able to communicate your ideas.
I'm not a sound mind, mate. I've never been a sound mind ever. What's over here? Do you even know me, Peps?
Well, it's a relative term. It's more of a legal term than anything else, really.
It's just you being nice. I'm joking, of course. Yeah, no.
Hey, you should know by now that I don't deal with anyone who's normal.
Oh, true. Absolutely true. It's got that way for me as well, really. I still put my foot in my mouth, but I don't care. It's just the way I am. I mean no harm to anyone. Never have done, never will do. But yeah, I'm going to put my foot in my mouth. Maybe because I'm honest and I'm blunt to people. Makes me a bit toxic now and again. But I don't mean to hurt people's feelings or...
I'm the same way, dog.
Well, to
I'm
be
the
fair,
same way. I'm honest and I'm blunt and I'm brash sometimes, and I don't mean to be. I just I have learned over time to become more tactful and more gentle when I say things to people. But I think that people need to hear the truth, and honesty is the best policy, and that's how I was raised, and that's what I do.
Absolutely.
So I tell people the truth. I try to soften the blow sometimes, but that's all I can do, and I'm going to tell them anyways. And then they're like, "You're an asshole," and I'm like, "Okay, but at least you know the truth."
Absolutely, that's what me and Pers were talking about earlier on his channel. He's saying that I was in chat and we were talking about the masks, and there's people like you tend to be nice to, even though you don't like them. But you pretend to be nice to them, and I do that with them. But wearing the mask, I can pull tongues and things like that while I'm talking to them, which is a great relief.
Yeah,
it's great fun. You're pulling tongues and they don't know it. It's a good way of saying I really don't like you, but I'm just being nice by talking to you. But even them people, I do tell them now and again, you're a fucking idiot. Leave me alone. If you got a problem with me, it's your problem. Why should it be my problem?
Are we on about Moronicus here?
Yeah, I suppose you are. To be fair, Phoebe, if people have a problem with me, it's their problem. Why should I be bothered about that? Why should I have to get involved in that? It's like the trolley problem, the philosophical trolley problem.
Have you met Richard Cranium yet?
No. Who's Richard Cranium?
Dickhead.
Yeah, dickhead. I know many Richard Craniums. I'm one myself.
No, you're not Richard Cranium. I don't
know.
I want to say a lot of jokes related to the Queen here, but I don't know quite what the mood of this panel is yet.
Well, to be fair, I'm quite.
I didn't live there. I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, but the mood of the panel. I'm going to say a joke, and this will give me a good flavour of how the mood of the panel is going. Dog, I feel really sorry for how you're doing, but you're doing better than Elizabeth Windsor.
Yeah, soon ahead of me. Yeah.
You're doing better than she is. You're doing much better than she is.
If I live to 96, that would be good.
Yeah.
Oh, she died too soon. Someone said to me on Twitter, she died too soon. She's fucking 96. What's up with people?
Did you see the idiot MP that during the tributes in Parliament said, "There was a visible tear rolling down mine and my partner's face as we watched the news on our television. And our 6-year-old daughter came over to us and said, 'Mummy, the king will look after us now.'"
But to be fair, Phoebe, everyone here and in the chat has only ever known as Queen Elizabeth II as the Queen of England, apart from Perbs, because she is very, very old. She probably remembers.
Does she remember the Queen of Sheba?
What was that Egyptian queen?
Yeah, the Queen of Sheba.
Or Cleopatra.
Cleopatra, the Queen of Sheba.
No, but yeah, I'm quite a royalist. I like the royal family. They're a tourist attraction. That's all they are.
Yeah, but that's all they are. But as an institution,
they rake in a hell of a lot of money. As an institution,
no,
yeah,
I dispute that. I dispute that they rake in money. I dispute that they are the reason people come to see disused buildings.
Yeah, but they don't come here to see Disney World, do they?
We have Disney World.
Exactly. They're quite a big tourist attraction, are the royal family.
Yeah, but they're also a security drain.
Well, the good thing about Charles being in charge, is Liz Truss's fracking idea. He'll stop that. He'll put a quash to that.
No, he won't. You watch this space. He'll do nothing.
I don't know. She wants to frack the crap out of England, doesn't she?
Yeah, and?
Well, just really, you know how.
Yeah, I know all about fracking, and I know what hydraulic fracturing is.
But it's environmentally devastating.
No, it's not.
Oh, absolutely is. It causes.
No, it's not.
Not only causes.
It's environmentally. It's no more environmentally devastating than the production of some of these solar panels. No more environmentally devastating than oil and gas extraction.
So it doesn't.
No more environmentally devastating than a nuclear power station.
It doesn't cause earthquakes.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying there is no environmental harm here. I'm not saying that earthquakes aren't a thing.
And the chemicals they use does not poison the lands around it for kilometers.
Prove it.
I have prove it. We did it here and banned it.
No, fear-mongering banned it. Fear-mongering and eco-loons banned it.
Right.
Well, but in Colorado, after they allowed fracking, several cities wound up with flammable tap water.
Yes, but that's an issue with American lack of regulation. America doesn't do regulation, doesn't do standards of any kind, and doesn't do infrastructure properly.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that, but I don't know how they're handling it over there.
Hi, Deb.
Hey,
hello, Deb. It's Deb. Hello, Deb.
I had not had a chance to thank you for staying up all night keeping things going.
Oh, it's not a problem, Purple. I appreciate and love and enjoy you, so I'm happy to help out.
She did not stay up all night. I got on with Phoebe at about 12:30.
I was up from 1 until 8 o'clock. Yeah.
I know. I don't
know.
I was saying last night.
For 12 hours
with you yesterday, Beck. With you.
I was being silly about the semantics of it, is what I was doing.
Was I on with you at some point yesterday, Beck?
Yeah, he was.
Anymore.
He came on to help try to keep me awake at around 7 or so.
That's right. I was in the coffee shop.
Yeah, we did the money game.
Which reminds me, there are extra coins I need to go and retrieve.
Oh, good Lord.
Doing the money game again. It's okay. It was actually fun.
It was fun.
Yeah, so I took I went to sleep around 8, I think, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was right at 8 o'clock. And then I got up around 12:15-ish. And at 12:30 last night, I went on with BB and I stayed with her until almost 6.
Yeah. By the way,
I went back to bed.
Jenny is looking for a link to come in if you'd like her to.
Jenny, it's in the or is she? Where is she?
She posted on Twitter that she was looking for a link.
Oh, it's in the fundraiser, Purple's fundraiser. Hold on.
That was
Sabrina. I thought you put.
Well, yeah, it was, Sabrina. But I guess it was further up and she didn't see it.
Oh, that's okay. I got it. I'll fix it.
How are you, Sabrina?
I'm doing good. I've had the day off, so I've been kind of just relaxing today. Though I did briefly go into work just so I could pick up a prescription for my mom. But otherwise, yeah.
I got to go to pick up my prescriptions, get a haircut. Otherwise, I'm couponing today, but I am exhausted still. I cannot stay up all night. That shit is for the young, not for the old farts.
What excuse do I have?
Who's got the echo?
It was me. I shut off my phone.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
I wish staying up all night were a choice for me. It's just something my brain decides to do.
Oh, sometimes I have that issue also. Like, I think I was talking about it on Saturday. My brain just goes off on these tangents and I can't sleep because my brain won't shut off. But I'll tell you what, man, I had no problem. I had problems falling asleep after I got off the air because I was just so damn tired. But I also did, I slept intermittently throughout the day yesterday. And then last night when I went to bed, I freaking just crashed. I woke up to my alarm at 11:30, and I think I was supposed to be on somebody's show. I think it was Purple's, but I slept right through it. So I apologize.
It's okay.
I was wondering why I hadn't heard from you between when I got up and when I went live there.
Yeah, it's because I was trying to sleep. And do you ever like go into your garage and find something new and you're like, how the fuck did that get in here? Yeah. There's a bike in my garage I don't recognize. Wondering what the heck that is. Anyway, all right. So we're up to 5,000 back.
Did your dad? Jesus
my father-in-law?
Christ.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I was thinking your father-in-law, but then I said your dad, but I was really trying to get to Rusty. Did Rusty go buy a bike?
No, I think my father-in-law might have because it's like a pedal bike. Now, if I found a motorcycle in my garage, I'd be like, okay, I know where that came from.
Right. Right. Rusty, why are you out stealing bikes again? You didn't tell me you were going to spend that money. No.
No.
The other thing that you're overlooking, other possibility, is that you're walking in your sleep and stealing from the neighbors.
Oh, I used to take Ambien, and that was an issue when I was on Ambien because I would walk. Yeah, it was awful. Awful.
Yeah, I was on Ambien for a while. And my fiance had said that I would start arguments at night, but I'd have to take her word for it because I would have like a complete block from like 2 hours. So I'd be starting, she said I was being uncharacteristically hostile. And I'd start arguments at night and I wouldn't remember them the next day.
So it was because Ambien's horrible for that. Like I literally would wake up in the kitchen eating and I didn't have any memory of it. It was awful. Awful.
There was a case of a U.S. senator who, a Capitol security guard found him at 3 o'clock in the morning trying to get into his office. And he didn't remember how he got there.
Yeah, see, that scares the shit out of me. It really does.
When did that happen? Long time ago?
Oh, years ago.
Yeah, that was like 2017 or something.
Okay, I was just curious because of all the people in Trump's board or group.
No, actually, it was pre-Trump even, so it was further back than that.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering because a lot of people they just had Steve Bannon went and put him, gave himself up to the police for arrest.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm with I think it's Skits. I can't. Sorry. Ambien causes me to sleep really bad, and apparently I tried to get out of my house a couple of times, and people heard me because I couldn't understand the concept of the door being locked.
Yeah.
And
seriously?
I was shaky. Yeah, I don't remember any of it. I was just told that I was opening the door, trying to open the door, and it was locked. And I ended up banging on the door and yelling, "Why isn't this fucking door opening?" And that's what woke my family up.
Yeah, I had a doctor offer to prescribe that for me last year, and I was like,
no, thank you.
No, because I was pretty sure that, then I'd wind up being the one who was like walking around in the corridors naked.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I would be doing something like, I would never go on it again for that reason. Right. Never.
Oh, Zolpidem. Oh, okay. I was thinking I can never remember.
Oh yeah, you should have asked. I would have told you.
What? No. I mean, I'm gonna Google it while you guys are talking.
It's pretty.
I didn't realize Zolpidem was that bad for
It
a lot
is
of people.
A lot of people. It used to be like one of the number one when I was on. It was like the number one prescribed sleep aid because it does make you sleep, just makes you active in your sleep, and so that when I got my family, it was like you've got to stop. You're sleepwalking, and I'm like fuck whatever. So I had to go off it though because it's hard enough. Like I have sleepwalkers in my house. Both my boys will sleepwalk. So at the time, but them I could, hey Ox, I could, theirs is just normal stuff, and I could handle that, but I cannot handle myself doing it because, I don't know it. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, I'm going to wave at everybody. Damn straight I am. I love all these peeps, and I don't stream anymore, so it's nice to see everybody coming around.
Dude, I'll tell you what.
Everybody, I'm back.
So glad. So glad, Phoebe.
Oh no, Phoebe's back.
Oh gosh.
Oh, the coin thing again.
That's a dime. No, that's not a dime. It's worth.
Ruple.
It's worth
5 pence.
It's a 5 pence. Okay, I'll go with you back.
I don't know. I was just making that up.
That's what I was trying to think.
I don't remember the game.
You're funny.
Okay, here's the game, everybody. Everybody in the chat. You guys guess what the coins are that Phoebe is holding up.
I think I already guessed a 5 pence with Beck. I don't know what everybody else is guessing though.
Silver Wolf, because you met me after I stopped streaming a few months ago. So that's why you've never been on any of my streams. I used to stream all the time, and I have some tiny home stuff there too, and there's all kinds of content if you guys want to go back and check it out.
Watch a fantastic interview that Beck did with me. Not
Absolutely.
on my channel, on Beck's channel.
On Phoebe.
Yeah, Beck used to be streaming like twice a week.
Yeah, 3 times a week with Ben.
Oh, Sandy, I'm so sorry you're sick.
Mark Caesar said pound coin.
Mark Caesar is correct.
Oh,
Mark Caesar is correct.
Yeah,
it's a bimetallic pound coin, which is a dodecahedral shape. This is not a circle. This is a 12-sided
Oh,
coin.
come on. That can't weigh more than 1.5 ounces.
Nice, Purple. Nice.
Oh, Purple, I love you.
For the metric amongst us, that was lost.
I remember pound notes.
With William Shakespeare on them.
Yeah, almost.
Well, that's been
notes
one of the
William
big
Shakespeare
discussions lately is what's Canada going to do with their money?
Abolish the money. They already abolished the penny.
The penny should be abolished. It costs more to make than it's worth.
It's literally true.
Well,
if you guys don't want your pennies, I'll take them.
Even gumball machines don't take pennies anymore, so there's literally nothing you can use them for.
Toll machines in Illinois.
You know what you can use them for, Purple, is when you go to
I think
historical
that is
places. Deb.
Oh, sorry. That was rude.
Thank you.
Rude.
It's okay. I was just reminding you. When you go to historical places, you put the penny in the machine and you roll it out and get a cool design to put on something. That's all they're good for anymore.
Anybody gonna guess on this coin? Anyone gonna guess?
Mark says an Australian 20-cent piece.
I think it is a half a pound.
No.
I don't know if that works or not.
Oh no, that's what I'm mixing it up with.
5 pence.
Well, you know what
Close.
we need more of
Double
this
it.
show.
Say the same answer.
Double it.
Hey,
Eventually
this
I'll
is
be
a
right.
fundraiser, so we need more shillings.
Double it.
Sure, yeah.
That's right.
Double it. It's 10 pence.
10 pence?
Yeah.
Oh, 10 pence. Okay.
You see the big 10
I figured
on
if
there?
No.
I figured if I kept saying 5, eventually I'd be right on one of them.
Nice.
Because I know you have a 5 pence. I remember that from yesterday.
That's half the size of a 10 pence.
2
So.
pence.
So So 5 pence, maybe?
Yeah. Well done.
Mark Caesar said 5 pence. Good job, Mark. You're 2 for 3, buddy.
The one that you were going to get right and you didn't.
That looks like a slug that somebody put in one of our machines here that wasn't a real coin.
That's a 5-pound coin.
No.
I don't know. I'm
No,
just guessing.
it's a 2.5 pence.
Divided by 10.
I say it's an 8-pound.
Divided by 10.
Oh.
That doesn't mean anything. Here, a nickel is bigger than a dime, and it's worth less.
Yeah, seriously. Yep. That's true here.
No. £5 divided by 10 is 50.
It's 50 cents.
2 pence.
It's 50.
I don't know what you guys have. I'm confused.
I'm very confused.
Me too.
Ruple.
Oh, that's
2 pence.
one of those.
No, that's one of
tokens
those
that
2-color ones. So, oh, I'm sorry, I did it again.
That's a Subway token.
That's so you can get into Golf World in Columbus, Ohio. They look just like that. Also,
Jenny's close because it is the price of a Subway sandwich, a 6-inch Subway sandwich.
$5, pounds.
Oh, that reminds me. Sloth Girl and I were.
What did you say,
£2,
Beck?
Watching one of those.
It is £2.
£2, yeah.
Sloth Girl and I were watching one of those things on weird laws, and it said that there is a law in the UK that it's illegal for a woman to eat chocolate on public transportation.
Bollocks!
That's ridiculous.
Well, that's why I thought I'd bring it up here.
That's 1 pence.
That's $100. That's I was going to say it's $100 coin, £100 coin.
£100 coin. How do you lift that thing?
That's a larger one. It's 2 pounds. 1 pound. 1 pound.
God, he was so close. He was so close, wasn't he? He said £2.
With two, yeah.
Why?
2 pence.
It's tuppence.
Oh,
That's
2 pence,
tuppence,
not 2 pounds. Okay. You know I'm never going to get this right.
You should get
Well,
this
it's
one.
what you pay to feed the birds. That's a Mary Poppins reference. Tuppence.
Yep, I got it.
A bag.
I thought all those coins became useless when the Queen died.
No, they'll be phased out with Charlie
He
heads on
switched
them.
out with Charles's picture, yeah.
Prince Charles Spaniel. I mean, King Charles Spaniel, excuse me.
Charles Manson.
Anyone going to guess on this coin? This heptagonal coin?
I ran out of anything I could think of that sounded like a British coin. What is it?
We deal in pounds and pence and numbers. So.
Anyone going to guess on? Anyone going to guess? Anyone going to guess on the value of this coin? Anyone? Anyone at all?
Okay, it's 5 cents.
That's all the coins I've got.
What was it?
That was 20
pence.
3 quid.
That was 20p.
3 quid. Jenny using quid. That's a good.
Oh, 20 pence?
Yeah.
As long as you didn't say Bob, you'll be fine.
There is meant to be a £5 coin as well, but I've never seen
There is a
one.
£5 coin. I have seen them, but they're for commemorative use only.
Ah.
Ah.
I don't even
You're
use
delving into my
cash anymore.
numinism here. My nuministics here.
Mark, Phoebe, this is a good question for you and Dog. Mark Caesar said, I hear that the tradition is the new monarch faces the other way on currency. So when
correct.
they switch to a new monarch, they okay.
That is correct.
Yeah.
The
So
orientation changes.
the only monarch to break with that tradition was the monarch who never had his coins minted, King Edward VIII.
Ah.
Because he said his portrait
King
was
Henry
better when he
VIII,
was
I
20.
am.
No, King Edward VIII, I am.
Oh, okay.
The 8th.
Henry the 8th.
Henry the 8th with an E.
You
capital
can
E.
remove me from the large screen now. My ego doesn't need the boost anymore.
No,
Oh, you don't say
do
the
that.
H?
King Henry VIII.
Nice seeing Phoebe in her sauna.
Get the H out of here.
Phoebe, you're
Hi,
still
Phoebe.
awake?
Yeah, I'm still awake.
Dude, I went
my
and slept
God,
for like
how?
fucking
Bro, I don't know. I
5.5
tried to go lay
hours.
down.
Drugs.
Somebody
took
told me it was
drugs.
a full moon.
She's like, I took drugs.
No, that's because she
Oh.
hasn't done any drugs. Smoke some pot, Phoebe. You'll go to sleep.
I did. I smoked lots of pot. I took trazodone. I don't know what's going on.
BB
My
can't
brain says
sleep till we reach
no.
our goal, so people better start donating.
Alex, you just simplified the meaning of Merca.
Marco.
Yeah, I agree, Reg. I was that too. I was overtired. I think Phoebe might be there. Oh, look at the puppers. Look at the puppers.
Oh,
My
da
baby.
baby. Right, Reggie?
Overtired to the point of not being able to sleep. Yep. Totally feel that.
That's pretty bad when you get that far, though. When you get to it's like being so hungry you get to the point where you can't eat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You're
I get that. I do
far,
that all
it's
the
bad.
time.
Yeah,
Phoebe,
well, I
I
do too, but I'm
once-
hypoglycemic.
Once dropped a four-way hit the window pane, and I tripped for like 16 hours, and I was so wired at the end of it, I couldn't sleep for 2 days.
Oh, wow.
And that was on taking 50 milligrams of Valium.
Oh my
Wow. God dang.
I got over it.
I love you.
Well, kinda.
Well, what did you do? Ox said, I melted down 2 5-gallon buckets of real pennies 2 weeks ago. I'll make more of the copper than the pennies are. Make more off the copper than the pennies are worth. Yep, you're right.
You need
Wow.
to be careful. Well, Ox can say that, but Ox does need to be careful here. That some of these coins have a greater collector's market value than their face value. And some pennies, such as if it says new pence on it instead of 2 pence on it, has a higher face value than has a higher collector's market value than its face value. So, for example, some 2p coins are worth up to £50.
Well, yeah, I know. We know that, Phoebe. So he's talking about just the pennies we have, unless it's like a wheat penny or one other kind of penny I can't think of that's old as fuck and barely looks like a penny. They're not worth shit. And even the wheat pennies, the most you'll get out of them is $2.
You can go all the way up to 1977 and have all copper pennies. The penny weighs about 3 grams, so it takes fewer pennies to make a pound than it does the value of the copper within.
The other issue. Thank you. Somebody just.
Yes, it is illegal to destroy UK currency. Defacement of UK currency and destruction of mintage is illegal in the UK.
Thank you, Indian heads. Thank you, Ox. That's the other one I couldn't think of.
Yeah,
also,
I was going to say,
it's not all copper.
Yes. Yeah, some of them are just nickel plate.
He said I'm
old. Zinc and tin, yeah.
But yeah, destruction of mintage is illegal in the UK.
Well, I'm not saying it's not here.
Is there any level of illegality in the United States for that?
No, yeah, it's highly illegal. It's highly illegal.
Yeah, Ox said it is in America too if caught and proven. Well, yeah, everything's
it's just admitted on the internet. It's just admitted on the internet. You know that thing where Ox said, "I'm old, not stupid."
But no one in this country even bends down for a copper coin anymore. Anyway, not even 5-10p's. It's not worth bending down for.
I mean, I don't. Steve and I were walking into a truck stop, and he goes, "You're just gonna leave this change laying here?" And I was like, "I don't have any change. What change?" And he's like, he picked up a quarter and a dime and a penny or something, and I was like, "You can have them, bro. I don't want them.
Hey,
that ain't worth shit."
I pick up a quarter.
I've picked up pennies and stuff off of the street and saved them up, and I ended up having enough to pay my rent once.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Did you deposit the coins into the bank in a separate account, Or did you take them all down at once and have them cash them in and then pay your rent?
No,
or did you just give the landlord all the pennies?
I just gave the landlord all the pennies.
Oh boy!
I had a box full. I had a box full of pennies. I set them down, open it up. Like, there's the rent.
Hey, it doesn't say in the lease you have to pay in like certain dollar bills or check, or if it says cash.
In the UK, there are strict rules on how much can be accepted in coinage to settle a debt. So, for example, if you were to try to settle a debt with copper coins, that debt would have to be of a value less than 50 pence.
Yeah, there's a reasonable anyone who pays a bill in copper is being a little bit unreasonable, don't you think, Phoebe?
Oh, yeah. I think they're.
So you see these people on the internet
who
in America will like take wheelbarrows of pennies in to pay like a speeding fine. In the UK, they would just say go away, and they wouldn't accept it. Whereas in America, I think the rule is you have to accept the coinage because it is someone is trying to.
Yeah, if it's legal currency in the US, they have to accept it.
Yep.
You used to get them machines. I don't know if you still do them. I haven't seen one for a while. They used to have them Tesco's by me, and I know they were in America. Where
they're a bit of a con, they are, because they take a percentage of your money just for counting your money. It's a bit what?
Oh
they
yeah,
have those they call Coinstar machines at the Walmart.
Yeah, Coinstar, that's it.
And they'll take a percentage if you try to get cash, but a lot of times they'll give you the option of taking it as gift cards instead, and then they don't take the percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Sabrina, we think you're about half Jenny's age, is what we think, and we're pretty accurate on that.
Well, I don't know how old Jenny is, so.
What I will
How old
say,
are you, Sabrina?
I'm 31.
Like I said, I'm sorry, you're less than half Jenny's age. So that's why.
Okay.
Well, in between half Jenny and half me.
Right.
I do need to get my new value book of British coins. I also need to go to the bank again, and I need to ask them for some sealed bundles of banknotes.
Away, go. Do they charge you a fee if you use the coin machine at the bank? Like if it's your own bank, I would assume.
Not in the UK. They're not allowed to in the UK.
Do we have coin machines in the banks at the UK? I've never seen one.
You obviously don't bank with Metro Bank, do you?
No, obviously not. Who does bank with Metro Bank?
Well,
you tell me you do.
Well, I do. Well, I don't. The charity that I work for banks with Metro Bank, and they send me in there periodically going, can you just count all these donations? It's just like, pour coin in here.
Which bank do you have, OA? And if you want to include the rounding number and account number, we'll be fine with that. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'm with Regio.
Swift number?
I
don't use cash anymore.
Yeah, I don't. I carry cash only for certain things. My barber guy, I always pay him in cash. I'll pull cash out to tip people. I'll pull cash out when we go over the road because there's a couple tolls here and there that the Easy Pass doesn't cover that areas we drive through. And then if we don't use it and I see somebody that needs money, like I saw a native couple on this, actually they were grandparents and they had their grandson with them. They were on the side of the road with a sign asking for money. And so I was like, yeah, here, I got $40. I gave them the whole $40. They said, thank you. And I said, no, thank you. And they said, thank you. I said, no, thank you. Because you could hate me. Like they could just hate all of us with all right. And yet they don't. You know, a lot of them don't anyways. So
backing up a little bit regarding the coin counters at banks or credit unions, at least here from what I've seen, not a lot have the ones where it's like self-serve, but I'm pretty sure most of them would at least have something like they have in the back because it's just sort of a utility for them to have a bunch of coin counters, especially if people want to make deposits in a bunch of coins. So I think you can usually go to a bank and just, I mean, depending upon your relationship with the bank, like if you have an account with them and you're in good standing, I'm sure they would just probably do it for you for whatever. But I guess this depends upon a lot of things.
No, not for me, Skits, because it's legal here and I just go to the dispensary and I use my card.
Yes, that's awesome. That's the awesome part about Oregon and many other states. It's legal.
There was a study done here,
My
and they
tea
found
kettle
cash
is a
will stay in your
strawberry.
wallet. Oh,
Look at her.
hold on. Hold on, BB. There was a study done here, and they found cash will stay in your wallet for 4 weeks on average. It's almost all plastic card over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
On average for 4 weeks. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like when I do have cash and everything, that seems about right.
Well, that's because by the end of the month you spent it. You needed it. You used it all.
I like to keep a little bit of cash on hand.
I feel like I'm part of a collector's market that's going to get much more expensive soon, because if cash and coins, as in banknotes, cash and banknotes go away the way of the dodo, and coins go the way of the dodo, my coin collections are going to get A, a lot more valuable, and B, my hobby is going to get a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
By the way, Phoebe, when you started saying that, I didn't even hear. I sort of misheard a little bit, but you were saying something about your thing is you're going to get a lot more valuable, or this is what I was hearing in my head. I was thinking like you are going to be more valuable as a collector's item. The Phoebe is a collector's item.
The Phoebe is the collector's item.
Yes,
I can see you as a collector's item.
the ego.
Yes.
I've never been interested in collector's stuff.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm not trying to collect Phoebe's ego, so I'm good.
Yeah. What I will say about overseas legal tender, I really am a fan of the new designed 20 Canadian dollar bill. I think it's the 20, the one which is not
it's really cool.
Horizontal, it's vertical.
Yeah, it's really cool too the way it's designed. It's beautiful.
That's a really, really, really gorgeous banknote. I mean, it's a genuinely lovely banknote.
It really is.
It's got pretty colors on it. It's got a lovely picture on it. I mean, it's really, really, really well done.
It kind of reminds me of Bahamian money, to be honest with you, because the Bahamas, the money they have over there looks like that.
Ooh, native atheist fry bread is great.
Can't remember.
Oh God, yes,
absolutely.
And by the way, BB, I love your tea kettle. It's a strawberry. It's awesome.
It is a strawberry.
Well, up until the Canadians went to putting holograms on the money, the Canadian 20 was the most counterfeited bill in the U.S. New York City, they would get tons of counterfeit Canadian 20s because they figured, they expected people to be coming across and trading them, so nobody paid too much attention to them.
I do have to admit, though, a coin collector has the coolest name, a numismatist.
Yes. Actual numismatist here.
Numismatist is I think it's a great name. Bird watchers are twitchers here in the UK.
Sounds cool.
I used to be an amateur. I used to be an amateur, like junior can't say the word. When I was a kid. I still can't say it.
Numismatist.
Numismatist, rather.
Numismatist.
You missed my tits. What did you say, Phoebe? BB.
That's exactly what Phoebe said.
You missed my tits.
Yep, Phoebe had it.
You missed my tits. Okay, cool. I used to, like, as a kid, I used to collect all the fancy style coins and everything, and just hold on to them. I eventually gave up that hobby though, but it was fun while it lasted.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say I always like the hobbyist name of philatist, stamp collector. Philatelist. Yeah, it sounds like something dirty.
Stamp collectors are philatelists. Philately is the hobby of stamp collecting.
Who came up with these weird words that don't even sound like anything they're collecting?
Well, this is it. A lot of collectors where it sounds like you're on the sexual offenders register, don't they?
Really?
But numismatist is probably the coolest out of all the collectors' names. At the end of the day, I think.
Sounds like you're like a magician or something.
What I will say is that one of the collections of 50-pence pieces that I am most proud of. I am most proud that I have all of the Olympic coins.
Nice.
And I also have the offside rule and the Kew Gardens 50p as well. Those are really difficult to get hold of. I got the Kew Gardens one naturally. When I say naturally as a numismatist, it means I got it as change in general circulation. It means I didn't go out of my way to buy it.
That's how I collected all my coins. I just whatever I came by naturally, I would then throw in a collection.
I say
that's the only thing I can do.
There's a charity that I volunteer with, and the person who runs the charity is very nice to me. Lets me go to the bank and get all the change, and then lets me go through all the change, and then they say, well, as long as you pay the face value, you can have the coins in the collection, as long as you pay the face value of them.
I've got a collection of foreign money and odd coins, and it's all stuff that I came across by accident. None of it's anything I went looking for.
Right.
Most of the stuff I have collects dust, if that's anything. I've never really been into collecting anything.
My collection is worth quite a bit of money. I have 100 pesos.
The only thing I ever tried to intentionally collect was when they first came out with the state quarters, that I was collecting those with my daughters just because
everybody was doing that. Cool thing.
Yeah, but the same thing, we were just looking for them in the change we were getting.
Yeah.
Well, I used to collect bodies, but I couldn't find any more places to hide them, and coming up with alibis were just getting exhausting.
What I will say though is, if you were hiding your bodies in Lake Mead, you're now in a bit of problem. You're in a bit of stuck.
Yeah, actually, there have been a number of bodies of water that's been happening with now.
Well, people have been murdering lakes now. Oh, good grief. Bodies of water have been murdered. Oh, dear. These bodies are being found everywhere. They're bodies of water.
Hey, y'all, I got to bail out. I just realized I haven't eaten yet today, so I need to go do that. And I promised my husband I would watch the Raiders game with him.
Deb,
hi, Deb.
Deb, can you put your contact information in the private chat here?
Yes.
You wanted to get in contact with you?
Yeah.
Hey, Deb, who are the Rangers playing? Who are the Raiders
I don't know who the Rangers are playing, but the Raiders are playing the Chargers.
I love you, Deb. Have fun. Tell Rusty I said hi.
Yes, I will tell him.
Okay, that's the game where it looks like somebody already sat on the ball, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I know sports ball stuff.
There's
what
only
is the sports ball you refer to?
Balls? What?
Oh, God, BB.
Yes, BB. We're talking about balls.
Did she say she's a sports bald?
Oh, God. No, somebody said ball, and she goes, balls? What?
Oh, my God.
The Philadelphia Fudge Packers.
Didn't see that cat coming. Jesus, he just jumped on my gut. Oh.
Jesus, jump on your guts. Oh, my God. Phone the Vatican. Phone the Vatican.
You didn't know this is Jesus?
Oh, God.
No, I thought it was Beelzebub.
He's the kindest, sweetest, most take anybody in, give me a hug, pet me cat. He's Jesus. He loves everybody.
I can't even think.
Jesus with ginger.
Gingers for Jesus.
I will say, Doc, I have a very, very valuable £5 note. I mean, I have one of the most valuable £5 notes today. I don't know if you remember, but from, I think it was the late 90s, I think it was. There was a print run of old £5 notes where the serial numbers would rub off because the ink didn't dry properly. You remember those?
What were they? Say that again, Phoebes. Were you talking to me? I don't know what happened.
Well, I'm going to explain this. I have a very rare and very valuable £5 note in my collection. In the late 1990s, there was a run of £5 notes. So that's the smallest bank note that is issued by the Bank of England. And there was a printing error where they'd used the ink at the wrong temperature. and it had caused some of the oils not to dry properly. So you could rub the serial numbers off with your fingers.
Oh shit! Oops.
And I have one of those banknotes. It's in a preserved collector's display. It is
no pause.
Because if you take it out and handle it, you start to rub the actual ink off.
That's crazy. When I was a manager at Hungry Jack's, I used to exchange U.S. currency for Australian currency at a 1-to-1 rate. When the U.S. sailors came in, they would occasionally give me a tip as well. Nice. Awesome, Mark. Yeah, my sister has been to Perth with all the other people in the Navy, via the Navy.
In the Navy.
She went to Perth and got me a shirt that said, "My sister went to Perth," and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. It was pretty funny. Okay, well, nobody talk at once. My God, everybody calm down. Jesus.
So here's
Normally on these streams, I'm trying to get everybody to shut up.
So,
now we're behaving ourselves.
Yeah, if you want.
Hang on. In the private chat, I have just posted a link to the article of the serial number rubbing off the £5 notes. It was 2002, so they were they're younger than I thought they were. But new fivers used to. So yeah, up to 10 million of the new £5 banknotes have been distributed, and they had to withdraw it.
Well, we're still at 5,000.
Dogs. They were the first of the Elizabeth Fry series. Do you remember the Elizabeth Fry £5 notes? Who is that with the background noise?
Dog. We're getting background noise on your end. Patty? There we go.
There
I got it.
But we're still at 5,000 at the fundraiser, so that's been at that point since I got here.
Yeah, well, Dog did that just before we started here.
Okay, so that is the Phoebe. I put that link in the main chat for you, so if you guys want to check out that article.
But yeah, it was quite literally banknotes that you could have rubbed the serial number off. It's mad.
It really is.
Well, I thought Canada should have just gone and put Picard on their new 20s. I mean, they already had a fiver with Spock.
Yeah. Wasn't that whole thing about quit Spocking or fivers?
Yeah. It became such common practice, the government actually had to make a statement about it.
Wow.
There's a lot of things that become unusually common practices that our government has to say something about.
Well, with American money, you can actually get away with doing that kind of stuff as long as you're not changing the denomination look of the denomination. So you can actually draw on the money as long as you're not changing how the denomination looks.
Yeah.
I belong to this online thing. It's called Where's George? Yep. And what you do is you get on there and you punch in the serial number and denomination of whatever bill you're dealing with. It doesn't have to be just a single, but 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
Yeah.
Right.
Whatever. And then just wait. And the next person who knows about Where's George and logs the bill in, you get to see where it was located.
Yeah, and it'll give you a list of like the last 10 places it was spent.
It's kind of neat. Sometimes most of them that I've had stay right in the same state or within 100 or 200 miles. But I got one that went all the way out to California once.
Yeah, again, I used to do that with my girls just to see how it moved around.
Greyheart said, "Has or does anyone in the stream read any webtoons? Just asking out of boredom."
Yeah, I do.
Webtoon.
Huh? A web? Yeah, I said webtoons.
What is it?
I don't know. I just repeated.
They're like the Sunday comics from the paper, but they're only printed on web pages.
Okay. So Sunday morning online comics. Check.
Yeah.
No, I've never looked into them.
Yeah, Jenny from time to time has been posting some really cute ones.
Oh yeah.
Foxes in Love and dinosaurs.
Yep. The dinosaurs, of course, one of my favorites. Not just because of the dinosaur characters, but it's just they got a lot of really, really sweet messages. A lot of positive things.
And then I follow one. What I can't remember the.
I love this bed. It's the comfiest thing I've ever been in.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Are you in the hospital? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am in hospital.
Let Jenny finish first, and we can go to Dog again.
Thank you.
No, go ahead, Dog.
Yeah, no, I'm in hospital. I'm still in. Well, I'll be in hospital 6 weeks tomorrow. It'll be.
Lovely people. I have another stream to get ready for later because Purple has asked me to be nice about the Queen. So I'm going to be not very nice about the Queen privately, and then I'm going to be very nice about the Queen on a later stream. So, thank you all.
Bye, Phoebe. Thanks for coming.
Bye,
Take care.
Bye, Phoebe.
Bye.
Love you, love.
I'll see you in a couple hours.
You will. I will bring Queen's heads with me.
Excellent.
Yeah. How some people are feeling about the Queen, and it's kind of the reason why I was just questioning whether I should do that memorial video or not. But I figured there are a lot of people who are still mourning, and I'm going to be gearing it. Put the thing up says, regardless how you feel about her, she left her mark in history. My sympathy to everybody mourning is basically what I put in the front. So, I think that's respectful without making anybody feel,
Well, I have to admit, I'm quite sad the Queen died. I'm a royalist. It's like you guys and your constitution. We've got our royal family. Oh, fair enough. We were a bunch of fuckers back in the old days, and we colonized most of the planet. But at the end of the day, it's our legacy. It's what we were, and obviously. But all I've known, and all most people know, is Queen Elizabeth II. It'd be nice to have a change for once, because she was a fair old lady. There's no way a 96-year-old should be head of a country, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Well,
Seriously,
she was pretty lucid right up to the end.
She was drive. She drove herself around. She wouldn't let anybody else drive her. She insisted on driving everywhere.
Yeah. She was in some kind of meeting. I remember last week, like just days before she died. So that's probably where she got whatever virus got her.
Probably.
Oh, I didn't know too much about it. So it was a viral infection.
I'm assuming that because like I said,
it was old age syndrome.
Her in a meeting thing shortly before, and then suddenly she's sick and dying. And so I just kind of assumed it was something viral.
Yeah. There's been very little said about what the cause of death was.
Charles did it.
Well, we to be fair, the BBC in the early afternoon in the UK on the day of her death changed their programming, and all the family, their sons and daughters, their daughter and sons.
If I kick myself out again, I'm just leaving.
No, you're fine, honey.
We're rushing to meet her, but everyone here in the UK knew she was already dead. The BBC was just they changed their programming that the Queen wasn't well. They were just buttering the country up just for the news of her death, but she'd already died.
Yeah.
That's what Sloth Girl was asking too, that if she had died a day or two sooner and they were just keeping it quiet to have the right timing.
That's possible.
I can't imagine they would do that. That's silly.
Yeah, we have a thing here. It's called London Bridge has fallen. It's either London Bridge has fallen or Tower Bridge has fallen. It's one of them two.
London.
Just means Queen has died. the monarch has died.
Yeah.
And obviously the media companies and channels will get this notification from the palace, Buckingham Palace, saying, you know, London Bridge has fallen, and that's, you know, they will then wait for news for updates from Buckingham Palace when they can say this.
I'll get you, BB.
So that's what it's just. It's just tradition, really. It's just, you know, people don't want to say, "Oh, the Queen's dead." Ha 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 ha.
They did a story on American news, ABC it was, where they were explaining the whole after the Queen's dead procedures, funeral, whatever, mourning and all that, and they said that it's been planned for years, and the Queen had it planned, and they've got shit planned already down to the minute. You know,
absolutely.
Like this is going to happen this time. This is going to happen, and it's like, wow.
It's already been dictated a bank holiday, as most state funerals are here. But you've got to admire the woman, what she went through, especially in the last couple of decades with Princess Diana, Meghan Markle, and what Prince Andrew could. You know, she had to take all them titles away from her own son for his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and that sort of nonsense. And you know, she had to sort of progressively become a bit more modern as royal families do. You know, Diana would have been the Queen, but now Camilla was never meant to have had a title at all, but she's now Queen Consort. So, you know, they've had to break royal tradition to do all this. So you've got to admire what she did, the things she did against tradition to sort of become progressive.
Well, life doesn't go on based on tradition. It goes on based on itself.
Absolutely, Jenny. Yeah. A lot of people don't get that. A lot of people won't get that, and they will. They refuse to get it, and they will just think of, you know, going against tradition in this. But it's not. I think progression is the way forward. Always will be. Always shall be. It's where religion falls on its arse.
Gotta be able to change with the times, huh?
Absolutely.
So what I was going to say is that for Queen Elizabeth, it was London Bridge is down. For King George the Sixth, it was Hyde Park Corner.
Oh, really?
They have different. They have different.
For Charles, it'll be something different.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a different code for each monarch. And they probably have a set of several of them for, you know, if they're sick or if they've been involved in an accident or whatever.
I think for Charles, it's already established as thank fuck he's gone.
I think for Charles, it's probably going to be, hey, she's cute, bring her to my room.
Oh my God.
But we got William lined up after him, and he'll make a great king. I think he will. I mean, he goes with he's with the youth and he's with tradition as well, and he will be very progressive for the royal family and for Britain itself. I think he would have a lot more say with the country, where the Queen would just say, "I'll go and form a government."
In a lot of ways, though, you know, being a prince, like being Prince William, and knowing that he's in line, that's really got to fuck with a kid's head.
It is. I mean, it's not a good life, I don't think, to be a royal. You know, I mean, people say, "Oh, yeah, they got this. They got all these houses." And think of you know, what they have to pour up with in life. They've never been allowed to grow up normally, have they? Ever. It's just sad, you know. They've gone to these prestige schools and that. They've never made proper friends. Never made real friends.
Never will.
Yeah, I was thinking about that just the other day.
It's not a good life to live in. You know, they say, "Oh, you're born privileged." I think you're born in a prison. To be fair, it's not a privilege; it's a prison. Well, that's my thoughts on it. Other people may think.
I agree. I think it is. I think all royalty is stuck in like a prison, and that's part of the problem, because they don't go out and mix with the public. They don't really know what's going on out there, and it's bullshit. That's the problem I have with it.
Yeah.
I agree. OA Harry does want a normal life and probably wants his children or child to live a normal life because he knows what it's like to grow up like that, and you have to be perfect all the time, and you can't have friends and blah blah.
I really
blah.
admire him for taking that direction.
Me too.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, why not?
Stick some big balls.
He was never going to be king.
Yeah, why bother?
So just live your life.
Well, what if William dies though?
Well,
then his son will become.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It wouldn't go to Harry anyway.
It'd be like a kid as a king, and then after I think it was Princess Charlotte, was it?
Yeah, then it'll be his daughter, or if his son has children, it goes to the eldest son of the monarch.
She's like 7 years old.
Yeah, or if they only have daughters, like Queen Elizabeth was one of two daughters of Edward, of George, sorry, and which was her and Margaret, and Margaret was a lush.
And wasn't Elizabeth like 20 or 21 or something like that when she took it?
Yeah, about 24 she was when she took it on. Well, it was 70 years.
And I'm assuming when they go to the females of the family, they still go with the old.
So she was 26 when she finally became queen. But yeah, she's all right. But it was a couple of years from her father dying, or it was quite a while from her father dying, from George dying to her actually becoming queen. Because there's like I don't know what they call it. I can't remember what it's called. It's a sort of Passover type thing from I'll have to Google it, from becoming queen. There's a lot of traditions and things that need to be kept in place, and I do like that about Britain. As I say, they are a big tourist attraction, and they cost me 5 pence a year. Well, and if you've got children, it'll cost you. If you've got 3 kids, it will cost you 20 pence a year to keep them.
Honestly, Mark, I'm not sure. So if you want to find out and let us know, we were just talking about that a few minutes ago, and you disappeared for a minute there. We don't know exactly what
I think it was just old age. I doubt 96 warrants an autopsy, does it?
Not really. Not unless there's any. I mean, they probably did one anyways because she's an important figure. They do. I think they have to do it on all of them. Like even if the president dies of old age, they're still going to do an autopsy on him, to make sure that it wasn't any foul play.
I would just chop Trump up to make sure the job was done, to be fair. To make sure that's it with him.
Wouldn't have to push my arm to do that, buddy.
The Klingon way of checking someone that's dead, they just stab them.
Orange sushi.
No, that rotten bastard would fucking live.
Well, he's going to spend them, but he'll never go to prison. I know that. But he will spend the rest of his life.
Man. They're working on it. They're working hard to build everything they can against him.
He'll spend the rest of his life in appeal courts.
All right, we got another $100. Roseanne.
Don't be so negative. We're all hoping he goes to hell. I mean, jail.
Oh, so am I. He deserves it. I mean, the way
I want him to go to jail and bump into one of those people he treated like shit years and years and years ago.
Which was basically every American he ever knew. He threw his own
that he's ever met. That's right. That's right. If you weren't rich, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, he threw his own daughter under the bus. And the only reason he'll run for president again is so he can pardon himself.
Oh yeah,
that's the only reason he'll run for president again. I don't think he'll ever make it. I think he's.
I tell you what, though, dog, I have to say there's a lot of Trump supporters out there who voted him in, were supporters, and are now, and in the last year or two are like, I fucked up, man. I never should have voted him in. Like they're saying it now.
In fact, a year afterwards, I had somebody on Facebook private message me saying, yeah, I shouldn't have voted for Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's saying that voted for him.
But they're elected again because no one can be elected more than twice. So for Trump to get elected, he's got to admit that he lost one of the elections.
That's right.
Yeah. But right. People have stuck with their convictions with him, especially some of the idiot famous people like James Woods and Kevin Sorbo and them fucking idiots.
It should be. Oh wait, it should be illegal for him to run again, and there are certain things. Honestly, if anybody is familiar with the YouTuber Legal Eagle, check him out because he has done a lot of videos
he's
recently
an
on the
interesting
whole.
guy.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy, and he's done a few videos recently on the whole. Oh,
yeah, I believe
double crossing my fingers for what NA said.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was like, am I saying something weird? Okay,
No, you're fine.
Okay, yeah, and he's done a couple of videos on like the recent Mar-a-Lago nonsense, not nonsense, the Mar-a-Lago raid and everything like that. And technically, some of the a couple of the crimes, or at least one of the crimes that Trump is accused of, because again, this is investigation for actual crimes, would preclude him from office. The unfortunate thing is, at least from what Devin being the guy who is legal. From what the tone I was getting from him is like it's going to be kind of a challenge to enforce it properly, because the law that has that has really no enforcement to it, and so it's basically toothless. But technically, he should, if he's convicted, he shouldn't be allowed to run again, but he will run again, because
I think the minute they found classified documents that were not redacted in his desk drawer at Mar-a-Lago, that should have fucking sealed the deal right there.
That interesting thing, and this is why I bring up the classification, whether the documents were classified or not, is actually irrelevant to the crimes he committed, because it doesn't matter. Because one of the defenses that he posited is like, oh, I made a standing order that as soon as I take something that's declassified, which is bullshit, because there are actually procedures to go through it, even when it
has to be redacted to leave.
Declassified. Redaction involves specifically removing stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying most of the time, as far as I know, anything that is shown or given out or whatever has to be redacted first.
No, not necessarily. Something can be completely declassified, or something can be partially declassified. And if it's partially declassified, the stuff that is still classified will be redacted to allow people to view it. But that's
right. That's what I'm saying.
Entirely irrelevant, because what his claim was that he auto declassified everything, which means redactions would be irrelevant.
Yeah,
but
you can't do that.
Well, one, he can't do that because that breaks procedure, proper procedure. The other issue is that even if let's presume, for sake of argument, that either he had gone through the proper procedures or he didn't, but it doesn't matter because he was the president. The problem is the crimes that he was committing, or that he's in trouble for, don't care about whether the documents are classified or not. It cares about whether the documents are government documents or not. Right. Basically, I'm simplifying a little bit. Basically, their classification state is irrelevant to the things he did wrong, and the things he did wrong was the mishandling of government documents.
Yep. Aren't there also laws about mishandling classified documents per se? Them themselves.
Are, but that's not what they indicted him on, or that's not what they got the warrant on. Was because that would be a bit of a harder thing to prove that the documents he has are in fact classified until
they can charge him with that now.
Theoretically they could. But it's not even the most important thing. It's not even the most important thing. It's like, even if a document isn't classified, if it's still a sensitive government document, even if it's something that people can view like through a Freedom of Information Act or whatever, the fact that he's handling it in such a callous and careless way is itself probably a bigger problem than its classification state. But now that's going more into opinion, and I'm a Canadian, so
I'm waiting to hear the information that comes out of the videos that were released a couple days ago of his people taking some of the boxes from Mar-a-Lago and moving them to another golf course of his in New Jersey. They have videotape of the staff actually loading the boxes onto one of their private jets. Were you aware of that?
No, I did not. I didn't.
I was not aware of that either. By the way,
No, I hadn't
Regis,
heard about
yes,
that video.
absolutely. Yeah, they did make a law
Hey,
after not
Hi,
after the
Richard.
fun stuff with Nixon.
What the last thing I heard about this was about all those folders that were empty.
Yeah, that's really very concerning.
Yeah.
So Reggie said, but what I've heard, what I've read and heard, a law made after Nixon that doesn't allow a president to declassify and or take documents in the fashion Trump thinks he can.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hey, Paul Kamish. Or Kamish.
From what I remember reading, I think it's, what is it, like the Presidential Documents Act or something like that. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But yes, even with the president, there is a set of procedures he's supposed to go through to, he or she, I should say, because the president can be a woman. There is a procedure that they would have to go through to remove the documents. Now, they have wide abilities to declassify documents, but they still have to go through the steps. That's the issue at hand. And by the way, the privilege, because part of that act does grant some degree of privilege to the president, but that privilege is only granted to the active presidents. And so even if theoretically, which is not the case, but even if theoretically President Trump or former President Trump was in the clear while he was president with the stuff at Mar-a-Lago, he would no longer be in the clear after he lost his presidency, and it would have had to go do other procedures to return the documents. And the main reason this, from what I understand, the main reason this stuff was going on is because they refused to give the documents back. I'm like, they're not yours. You're not the president anymore, and they shouldn't have been there in the first place. Just give them back.
Well, this is it. How do you declassify someone else's nuclear capabilities?
Oh, exception, by the way.
All right, go on.
No. Interesting. You mentioned nuclear stuff. Nuclear documents are an exception to the president's ability to declassify. President is not allowed to. President is not allowed to.
I would have thought so. That's why I said, how do you declassify?
You don't. Not the president, anyway.
So he belongs in prison, right?
Classify those. He sold them to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
he absolutely deserves to be in prison.
If any of the documents he had were nuclear related, even if everything else, like every other defense he posited, was accurate, which is not the case. Pretty much everything he said was bullshit. No. But even if we granted him everything, if any of those documents are related
that's why I've got a smell down there, but I can't wash down there because I'm a testicle.
Okay.
Dog. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, even if everything else we granted him, but he had nuclear documents, he's fucked. Because again, he doesn't have the authority to change the classification on those documents. Even going through all the procedures, even doing everything right, everything quote unquote right, he wouldn't be allowed to do that because those are specially covered by a different act, which doesn't give the president the power to do that. It has to go through a different.
I think Garland should find a way to charge the people who physically moved the boxes. A way to charge them so that they can have the opportunity to sing their guts out.
I think you could be able. I think they'd be able to do that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, the problem is they'd have to figure out who those people were. But yeah, they could probably do that.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Newsflash: Australia has a constitution. No one knows what it is, though.
Touche. Yeah, I know you're absolutely right, Mark Caesar. He definitely thought he thinks he's above the law. Before he even got when he first started his campaign, he said to someone, "I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and nobody will do anything to me." So yeah, he literally believes that.
I would argue a little bit different. I would say not that he thinks he's above the law. I mean, he does, but by the way we say that sentence colloquially, it's more like he doesn't care. He doesn't like saying he thinks he's above the law gives him more consideration to the law than he's actually giving. He just does not care about the law. It's like a similar way that you would distinguish lying from bullshitting. Lying is actively saying something you know is untrue. Bullshitting is saying something irrespective of its truth value. Trump's not always. Sometimes Trump is a liar, but Trump's not always a liar. He is very often a bullshitter. He just says stuff. He doesn't even know whether or not it is true or not. He could be accidentally saying something right, but he's still bullshitting because he doesn't care about whether what he says is true or not.
A jury is not going to deal with that distinction.
I know. It's just more like I bring that up and bring up that distinction because it's more like a matter of understanding how and why he says what he says. It's like the motivations are different.
Well, it's actual videos, isn't there, of him that he says, "Oh, no one knows about building walls more than I do. No one knows about nuclear weapons more than I do. No one knows about armies more than I do." There's videos of him saying this thing, and to be fair, all he promised when he ran for president in the first place, he hasn't done one single one of them things on his agenda. He didn't do one, and the wall he built, he just replaced so many miles of the existing wall.
Yeah,
and most of that, a lot of that fell down. Yeah, but that was the Kushner construction company thing. Keep it in the family,
people were crawling up and over the wall within a week after it was built.
Absolutely.
Oh, by the way, we were talking earlier, Sabrina. I said something about Steve Bannon giving himself into the police department.
Yes.
Does anybody know why they arrested him? I
know.
Oh, he's being charged with fraud for him and his buddies put together this money drive to build the wall.
Build the wall budget.
Put together like $25-30 million and kept it.
Yeah. Well, that's what Trump did, didn't he? With all them children's charities and whatnot. I mean, the man bankrupted casinos, for God's sake. How can you trust anyone as a businessman? Who can bankrupt a casino? I think he bankrupt more than one, actually.
Like the story I was reading yesterday. He had, I think it was his lawyer, who he owed like $2 million. And he tried to pay with a horse. Now he pulled out a deed for horses. Yeah, this horse is worth $5 million. It's worth more than what I owe you.
Can I address one comment from Richard? So Richard is, if lying involves intent and Trump believes he's inventing something, then it is a lie. Yes, if he has that intent behind it, then he's lying. One thing to be clear, and maybe it didn't come out this way. I'm not making this distinction to make it seem like one is better or less evil than the other. I think both lying and bullshitting are equally bad. But what I'm distinguishing is it's different kinds of negative intent. I think you could also argue that bullshitting is a type of lying, perhaps, and then what I'm saying is lying is another specific type. And Trump does both. Absolutely, he does both. He bullshits and he lies.
Sabrina, you're the only person I've ever heard in my life that had that distinction. Everybody I've ever known, in all my years, bullshit is lying.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anyone make that distinction either.
Yeah, and I only because bullshit isn't necessarily lying, because you can. Well, I mean, I guess it depends.
Yes, it is.
Well, if you don't know if it's not true and you're saying it.
I see what you mean.
A delineation on malicious bullshit and colloquial, or not colloquial, but bullshit between friends.
Yes.
That
is
beer when it's really piss, or something like that.
Yeah. Again, I make this distinction not to distinguish how someone should be punished or how someone should be viewed, but to try and understand motivations and how to tackle it. Because, in a sense, dealing with bullshit and dealing with lying, I would argue, would take some slightly different steps to combat, so to speak.
I don't agree, because the average person is going to look at any piece of bullshit he spits and consider it a lie, because that's what people consider a lie.
Okay, well, it's not. This is definitely not a hill I'm willing to die on. So
people did listen to him, though, Jenny.
It's fun arguing with you. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
People did listen to Trump when he said that thing about ingesting bleach to get rid of COVID.
Oh, jeez.
Hot bleach ingestion cases in America went up 400%. That is incredible. That is an incredible statistic.
Yep. As was people who ended up poisoning themselves trying to get hydroxychloroquine from other sources.
Oh yeah.
Which is, well, I say it's an anti-malarial. It has hydroxychloroquine has a few uses. So malaria is a less common treatment because, well, that's not usually a big issue in Canada and the United States. But it's also used for, I can never remember which arthritis, one of the arthritises, and also as a treatment for lupus.
It's also a treatment for some of the multi-month dog medicines for fleas and ticks and stuff is ivermectin.
Yep. And also
not talking about ivermectin. I'm talking about hydroxychloroquine.
I'm talking about the fish stuff.
Because the ivermectin, I don't think, was actually directly started by Trump. I'm talking about the one that was started by Trump, which was the earlier one, the hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, that one was started by him.
Yeah, that was directly by him just musing about something. And I can't remember what the source is, but basically, I know some people. I wouldn't actually say only in America.
Okay,
I would say this kind of bullshit does occur elsewhere. It's uniquely high in volume in America, but it's not.
That's the point.
No,
that's the point.
I wouldn't say that. I would say every country has the same a similar percentage of its fuckwit. It's just that America has a bigger population than.
Hydrochloroquine was a treatment for rheumatoid arthritis.
Rheumatoid, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I should have known this. I can't remember very well.
It's okay. You don't have to remember everything.
There's a lot of things I do have. Well, I guess I don't have to remember because I'm not a pharmacist. But
I've done better remembering half the shit better than I have. So.
Yeah. But yeah, that was it was very unfortunate because some people. I mean, on our end, I had I think one or two. I wouldn't even call them patients, but I had some people come in asking for it for that reason, and I'm just like, well, I didn't handle it. I let my pharmacist handle it, obviously, because she's the boss and she's the one who can give the most accurate information, of course.
Right.
But it's just, yeah. I mean, on our end, it was mostly just people being annoying, but like. There are other ways you can. There are other sources you can get hydroxychloroquine. I can't actually quite remember where somebody got something, but it was from like some sort of pet sourcing kind of thing. And the problem is the formulation in that context was toxic to humans, and so I think they either got sick or actually died from it. I think they actually died from it, but it's been a while since I read that particular news. This was back in 2020 that happened. I guess I could just Google stuff now, but I don't really like doing that while I'm on camera here. But yeah, it's ivermectin is another. I had a bit of a mini rant the other day about the same thing.
Mark Caesar, both of them are bullshit.
Yeah.
Ox knows damn well where my heart is. He's just fucking because he said. Truth is Becca's cool. Bullshit is Becca's dating 5 women across the country. And Mark said, do you need to be dating to have people have sex with them?
If that was
having sex with 5 women across the country.
There was a requirement to be dating someone. You know what? I'm not going to finish that thought. Never mind. Go on.
Yeah, I actually have only dated maybe about 5% of the people I've had sex with.
0% for me.
I've definitely had sex with more that I definitely had sex with more than that I haven't dated than I have dated.
Yeah, like, can't we just
the
skip
offers
the
were
dinner and
there.
a
I
movie
mean,
and go back to your place?
No, it was more like we're at the bar. Hey, you want to fuck? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Let's go. Yeah.
What's this dating and having sex? What's that about?
I don't know. I haven't known anything about it in the last few
horrible.
months.
It involves being out in public places around other people.
Ew. Oh, forget that.
I don't know what this dating thing is.
I don't know. Some of my best days had nothing to do with going out.
I'm very unfamiliar with. I don't think I've. Gosh, what year is it? 2022. Yeah, it's been a long time for me, which I'm totally fine with.
Sorry, I got that record too.
Well, Trump had the biggest record for kicking COVID's ass, didn't it? 2 days from being diagnosed to being rid of it.
I
2 days.
believe that because I had COVID, and because I'm a cardiac patient and stuff like that, they fed me with that what monoclonal antibody.
Yep.
And COVID was knocked down within 24 hours.
Oh.
I still felt
antibodies actually make sense though.
I still felt some symptoms, but I could easily get up, walk around, do anything, and nobody think you're sick.
Can I just quickly say it's about to be lights out here on the ward, so I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone, sit and chat, and just say to everyone, donate what you can to Pers.
Okay, well,
she deserves a new car. She does a lot for the community. Let's give something back, eh, people? So donate all you can.
Well,
and if you can't, send it out everywhere so someone else can, please.
We are currently at $5,100.
Nice.
Excellent.
By the way, Mark, I feel the pain.
Woof woof woof, dog.
Woof woof, dog.
Mark Caesar, I feel that pain. It's just like I'm too poor.
But anyway, thank you guys. Thanks for having me on, Beck.
Yeah, anytime, dog. I hope you feel better, buddy, and let us know how you are. All right. See you.
Well,
around.
yeah, I'll be around. We've got a lot more time to be online now. I'm bedridden.
Yeah.
But as I say, it's about to be lights out here. So, goodbye, everyone.
Bye, sweetheart. Take care.
Bye.
Poor guy, man. Remove part of his a couple parts of his spinal column to relieve the pain, and it paralyzes him.
Oh no!
That sucks.
That's what happened.
Oh no!
He's getting moved to another facility for the next 4 weeks here soon.
Now, is this paralyzation going to be permanent?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
He said yes. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, miracles happen sometimes. A doctor finds something that they can do to help, but that's my version of miracle.
Not a miracle.
That's my version of miracle is when they go, "Ooh, wait, let's try this," and it works. Sometimes it is miraculous that it works. Or you're like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
We don't know what happened, but it stopped.
That makes me think about one of my patients who's currently in the hospital as well, because I know they've had a lot of pain that they've been dealing with, and I know they've actually gotten prior to them going to the entering the hospital. I remember talking with them. Their doctors like filling all the paperwork out so they can actually go south of the border to get this particular procedure done that we just isn't practiced in Canada. Because like he's been dealing with chronic crap. Now I tended him. They've been dealing with chronic pain for like a very, very, very long time, and they've been doing a lot of things. Their drug regimen is very complex, which is actually why I see them all the time, since we prepare like prepared pill packages for them and everything like that, so we can keep everything straight. But it's now he's in the hospital. I'm assuming related to various issues. But
it's okay to talk about it, just don't say names, and it's not a HIPAA violation.
Yeah. Well, HIPAA is not something I do. We have a different set of.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's not. You're not fucking up the patient unless you say their personal information.
Notably, I am reasonably confident the patient wouldn't mind if I just knowing who they are, I'm sure they wouldn't mind because they talk about this very openly with people. But again, I try to give as little identifying information as possible, and even gender is an identifying detail. So I was trying to avoid that. But yeah, I'm not going to give a name, obviously.
Well, I think it's a 50-50 split in the U.S. I mean, in the country, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Whether they're born male or female, everybody's born one of the two. I'm saying it's a 50-50 split. It's not like you identify that person by saying he.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Roughly
next
50-50.
3 months in the new hospital. Oh shit, dog.
Yeah. Back to what you just had, Mark Caesar up commenting up on there. Let me just go to the comments here. From what I've been reading recently, about doctors giving false hope is that from what I've heard, being as completely frank as possible, as completely open and honest as possible, including the possibility that there is a small hope, saying like let's say theoretically there's a 95% chance that patient in question is going to be paralyzed. So rather, the sensible thing, based on what people would intuitively think, is say that you're going to be paralyzed. Don't say there's a 5% chance you won't be. Don't give them that like sliver of hope. And then if they do happen to not be paralyzed, then great, cool. From what I've been reading is that even in that circumstance, being completely frank, even if it does end up going in the more negative thing, just being completely honest and upfront with the patients has the best psychological outcomes for patients in the circumstances.
Right.
And just being completely honest with them, and this includes honesty in a lot of circumstances, which, while I know people are a little bit iffy about it because of malpractice suits, being honest about mistakes is always a positive thing. But again, when it comes to the medical profession, that's a bit more of an iffy situation kind of thing, because admitting to something, liability, blah blah blah. But anyway, that's being, at least in most circumstances, being as completely upfront and honest with people is usually the best. And this includes especially because with children, because I know children is the kind of demographic that people like to sugarcoat or sort of lower. What's the word I'm looking for? Not downplay, but like modify how they would speak to as children. And I'm like, I think people grossly underestimate just how able to grasp concepts that children actually are. And if you just talk to them, like, don't use the big words that they wouldn't know, but if you just talk to them frankly and just explain everything to them almost the same way you would to an adult in the same situation, and they're going to get the best, logically have the best results from that as well. I like children coated in sugar. Fodrick.
Yes, I know. That's why I was grinning a second ago. God, I don't know why I'm feeling so tired all of a sudden. What the fuck, you guys? This nap thing and getting back up is not what my body's used to. But anyways.
Yeah,
so
I'm
what say you, Purple?
Pop out of here in a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, because it's just the time I normally, go up and check on Sloth Girl and take care of a few little chores for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Do your thing.
Well, of course, give Sloth Girl all of our regards.
Absolutely.
Honesty, loyalty, respect, truth. All lost part of the past, just because dinosaurs are still breathing today. It will all die with us if the younger generation don't wake up and realize they don't know. I'm kind of confused by nominally confused by this sentence. I realize there's probably a degree of facetiousness going on here.
Yeah, it's well, yeah, you know what he's saying.
Talks, so
yeah,
I think it's implied.
Okay, I'm gonna pop out and I'll catch up with y'all in a little while. If not before, I'll be on when Atheist Edge starts.
Okay. Well, we'll see you then, Perps.
See you later,
Okay.
Perp.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, sweetheart. Sandy said, as ill as I've been for the past half day, I just want to get upright long enough to say thank you to everyone who has seen to it. Perps at least has a good chance to find a decent used car. Yeah. Thank you for that, Sandy. What's going on, Sandy? Is it your stomach or what? Just curious. Anywho, who's chewing?
It's me. It's
somebody
me.
chewing.
It's Steve.
We need jokes or something, you guys.
I don't know.
Ox is saying, what I'm saying is what was good and the norm is being lost and forgotten by the younger generations. I think they know it all. And when the boomers are all gone, even a god won't be able to help. Well, it's so different now, though, Ox, because I mean, every younger generation, when they hit their 20s, they think they fucking know everything. Like, that's nothing new. I mean, really, it isn't. The thing is that kids these days have access to information we never did. So some of them actually do know more than us.
Well, I know.
I may add, as someone of member of this younger generation, I'm not going to be mad because I understand I appreciate
you're not in your 20s. What are you talking about? Don't lie.
Hey, I'm still a millennial, and I've still been. Regardless, I don't think. Yeah, as you were saying, Beck, just to kind of support your own statement, like there's, as far as these attitudes are concerned anyway, there's not too much that's especially unique by the younger generations compared to our older generations.
Right.
At the same age. Obviously, the access to information does make things a lot different. The oversaturation of social media, some of the problems we do have as a group of younger generations, I'll pluralize that, is attention spans are shorter because we're accustomed to having access to way too much overstimulation.
Right.
So there are issues there. But conversely, there are advantages that we've got as well.
I didn't say all of them, Ox.
And by the way, Ox, do you want to know? It's funny you bring that particular example up, because while the stereotype in the imagery is that it's a kid walking into the street sign with their phone up, or the kid posting too much information on Facebook, do you know who's doing that a lot more?
Old people.
Yes. It's
I see old truck drivers, 60, 70 years old, 80, however old. No, I didn't mean that towards you, Jenny, but you know what I mean. I see older truck drivers driving down the road. They're texting while they're driving.
I think Ox knows what we're talking about and is just being a bit silly at the moment anyway.
Every generation blames the one before.
Yeah.
My parents blamed the World War I generation. Yep. My generation blamed the World War II generation. Whoever the fuck is after us started the anti-boomer attitude. Mm-hmm. And eventually, at some point, all you millennials are going to be cursed by the generation after you. It's just no matter what you do, good or positive, good or negative, they're going to get you. I mean, my generation gave you all the computer to be able to be here to do this, and we still get trashed. So,
I know. The dynamic is going to be a bit different, though, because there were some uniquenesses when it came to
your generation is going to make the same mistakes that ours did, that the one before it did, did.
You're not even giving me a chance to explain why there is going to be a bit of a difference. Part of why there's going to be a difference is, though Gen Xers were also affected by this, so I can't just say millennials, but unfortunately, Gen Xers get forgotten the most often, sadly.
Yeah,
one of the dynamics with millennials was the millennials becoming adults was the first time. Was the first time, at least in recent recorded history, where the following generation was less wealthy than the previous generation. Mm-hmm. This is a unique dynamic, and now I'm not claiming that this will change how how the dynamic that we'll have when we become the age of boomers, when we were complaining about the boomers, and the people younger than us. I suspect that it might have an effect. It might change what our dynamic is like. I'm sure there will be something that we're going to be at each other's throats for. I just think it'll be. I suspect it might be a different dynamic, though.
What has screwed up every generation's goal? Not, I don't want to say goal, but label, or what they're known for, and stuff like that. Other than the positives, if we're talking about just the negatives, has been exactly what happened with my generation. We were all hippies. We all kicked ass politically, socially. We gave permission for the world to have sex and look the way they do and listen to the music they want and all kinds of great things. And then as we got older, the majority of them turned greedy and looked for the dollar. And that's going to happen with every generation.
Yeah.
It's just the way humans are.
Yeah. Yeah. No, well, I don't like agreeing with that, but definitely I would say, at least as from what we've seen, that is what's happened. The thing that was different in the changing of generations is that unlike previous generations prior to the baby boomers, by the time they got old enough by the time most other generation got old enough to be greedy, the following generation then was big enough to have more political sway. So the greed of the older generation wasn't able to do anything. But what changed with the baby boomers is, because the baby boomers were a boom, when it came time for them to have the wealth pass off, they were still a bigger political force than the Gen Xers and us millennials. And so, unlike in previous times where the newer generation got the political sway to start fighting for their own needs, the baby boomers were able to hold on to the politics and have been continuing to hold on to the politics. And that is a great degree where a lot of the resentment boomers have, millennials and Xers have for boomers comes from, is the fact that the political shift didn't happen where it almost always did with the previous generations. As the older ones got more greedy, but they weren't as populous as the younger generations. The younger generation was still able to thrive. But in our case, we were still outnumbered by the boomers. And so the boomers still had the numbers to continue to fight for their changing political needs, because as they get older, there's different things you care about. And so that's why the dynamic's different. And I'm very curious to see how this change in things will affect our millennials' relationship with the younger generations when we become the age that this political handoff would have happened as it did or didn't with previous generations. I'm very curious to see how that will go.
We had the same mix of cis het white men, old white men, as exists right now. Okay, we had our 90-year-olds in the Senate and shit like that, and everybody wanted them out. I can remember distinctly in 7th grade social studies, spending a couple days talking about euthanasia and the seniority system, and how we wanted to get rid of all these old people in Congress and stuff. And of course, it didn't happen, and of course, it hasn't happened now, because it's a fact of life. People, when you survey people, one of the things they say is, "Oh, these politicians are horrible. We need to get all of them out of office." But then you go and ask them, how is your congressman doing? "Oh, well, my guy's great." And everybody thinks that too. So
I don't.
It's like a big rubber stamp that it's not going to change.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not entirely true. A lot of what I enjoy today is built by Gen Xers and millennials.
Well, here in Florida, I have to say our government officials suck.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
the point was,
I don't feel quite the same.
Sabrina,
I don't feel quite the same about.
Wait, I was trying to talk.
My apologies. My apologies.
It's okay. I don't think you're taking it the way Ox meant it. I think what Ox was saying was, if the boomers didn't start it, we wouldn't have what we have today. the boomers were the generation that, did all the computer shit and blah, 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 and set it all up for the next generation, because that's how it works.
That's how it works.
That's true. That's true, Beck. But when I look at my generation and say my dad's generation, if the Victorians in England didn't do what they did, we wouldn't have what we had.
That's what I was saying. That goes for every generation.
Shoulders. We all stand on each other's shoulders.
We all build up
a
new generation just
for the youngers, as I call them, to group all the younger generations in together. I think the youngers will have a great chance of making significant change in the world politic, in the economic politic. I really want it to happen, but they're going to have to avoid the same pitfalls that we went through, the natural draw that humans have towards greed, and ego.
Yeah.
Power. I hope you can.
Well, two different points. One, I'm pretty sure we are going to fall into the same pitfalls. But two, this is why I sort of air quoted that a little bit, is the problem is like us grouping people by generations is actually like we're fallacious at the get-go. Because even within an age bracket, like there really isn't any degree of consistency in needs or philosophy or anything like that. Just while like there's this stereotype, at least within my own group of leftist millennials, where it's like we're having to work multiple jobs. We have to keep living with our parents until our like 30s and later kind of thing because we can't afford anything. There are plenty of millennials who are not in this circumstance, who do not have those circumstances. These are the I'm not going to say exclusively, but predominantly from millennials who were born into much wealthier circumstances, who are able to inherit their jobs, inherit their wealth and homes and everything like that from their family. Not the only example, but again, certainly a type. And these are going to be the people who end up doing the exact same things that we as the poorer millennials blamed the boomers for. It's not all the boomers. It never was. It won't be all the millennials. It won't be all the anything.
Yeah,
it's always been a particular elite minority. Well, I can't even say always. That's a very
well. Like I say, term. Sabrina, out of every 20 people, you're gonna get a couple that are assholes.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what color you are, where you live, what culture you have. That's just the way it is.
That's why I use the term the youngers. Is I don't believe in the generational splits. It's mostly a bunch of bullshit.
I agree.
And when I say youngers, I generally mean it's fluid, but I'm kind of thinking 40, 45 and younger.
Yeah.
That's for me, that's how I visualize things. Because, you are the future. All of you. And we just got to get rid of the goddamn old goats that are still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there's always going to be a continuing future of humanity. Like, you say, like, I wouldn't exist were it not for boomers, and indirectly would not exist for it were it not for the silent generation and all before. And again, we're using terms that we don't really like that much, but yeah, the only way that might change is if everyone starts adopting like antinatalist views. But I highly doubt that we're going to get a mass population of antinatalists anytime soon.
Yeah.
Right.
My parents were able to pay for my college. Do you know what? Nice. You know why? Because it was only $350 a semester.
Yep.
And then they decided that colleges should be more interested in profit and stuff like that, just like they did with the hospitals. And then turn that to shit. And now the profits turned education to shit. And now they're going to want what's their next goal for? Public education. They want to turn all private and make that shit.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. GOP trying to get rid of public education. Fuck that.
Because they want more money for themselves.
No, they want a dumb population because they're easier to manipulate. A stupid proletariat isn't going to revolt.
Well, that's just like I say, as long as it's like I say, as long as the government keeps us all divided by skin colors and religions and everything else that they use, then we're never strong enough to do anything to them.
Yeah, they love to make everybody their own set of others.
Yeah, it's almost like we kind of have been playing into that with this whole generational talk.
And we do play right into that quite often too.
Mm-hmm.
And we do, because we're just humans like everybody else. We all have these same frailties, and no matter how right I feel about my politics, I know that on one level it's a bunch of bullshit, because it's only what I perceive, not what other people do.
Right.
But most people don't think that thoroughly of anything.
It's very challenging to think and sort of like, especially when it comes to your politics, to think and approach your own politics in a way that isn't just about your needs or needs that you can empathize with or more easily empathize with. It's hard, like it's possible, but it's challenging. You have to be like very mindful to be able to consider the needs of not just the needs of others, but the needs of others for whom you don't have any way to relate to. Because like I can consider the needs of like other LGBT persons who aren't the kind of LGBT that I am, but like I can appreciate that because again, like we have a relation. But then there's needs that are so outside of my understanding. I'll be even honest, like I still know that I don't fully appreciate the dynamic and challenges that people of less fortunate races, people not non-whites have. I don't understand. I know I don't understand what it's like. I can try and empathize as much as I can. And I feel like I have some insights, but I definitely don't. I definitely know I don't understand the full depth.
Yeah, that's one reason why I like to. It's the reason why I like to try and keep dialogue open with people I don't agree with.
Mm-hmm.
Is it helps me not only to check to see how I stand with their positions. It also lets me to kind of reflect on my own.
Mm-hmm.
You guys continue it for a while. I gotta go pee pee.
Yeah,
all right.
And who knows? Maybe you'll find I might find I'm wrong, or maybe I'll find okay, yeah, they really are full of shit, or
or whatever, right?
Or there's been a few times when people would be like, "Oh yeah, you are right," and they change their position, so that's good too.
Yeah, that rarely happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If somebody brings up something to me and I think it makes more sense than what I'm saying, then I'll agree with them. I mean,
yeah.
I don't have any problem doing that. I don't know shit, and I know I don't.
Yeah. We just ran out of things to say, or
huh?
Ran out of things to say.
I just
waiting for me to talk.
I was just pondering something else.
Yeah, I was just reading the chat, honestly.
I was just gonna say something.
Yes, baby girl. I got a meow. This is the one you guys don't see very much. This is the baby girl who just wants love when she wants it.
Hey,
oh, she's one I don't see too often.
Yeah, she's rarely on here, aren't you?
So you got a brown tabby and an orange tabby.
Yeah, she's actually gray, brown, black, and like a rust orangish color. She has some of his coloration, like you can see up here on her head. She's orangish.
Yeah, but I if I'm not mistaken, I think even with that color variation, because tabby is obviously patterned anyway, I think that is what you would call a brown tabby.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, she's really kind of more gray, honestly.
Oh, okay.
It's the lighting in here that's showing her orange come out. She's a little more gray, and yeah, I mean, she's got some tan in her too. She's like 5 different colors. I guess she could be considered a brown tabby. When she was little, she was more gray though. The older she got, the more red came out in her coat. Huh.
Honorek, wow.
Do you want to purr?
Purr. My voice cracked a little bit there. That was weird.
She likes her back scratched. He likes his belly scratched or rubbed. She's rubbing on the mic.
Oh, yeah, I could hear that. I could hear that.
Did you hear meow or purr at all?
Purr. I heard a purr.
You did.
Briefly.
You did. Okay, she purrs really quiet. I had to stick it up right by her face.
Yeah, it was just momentary.
Yeah, yeah. She's not a loud cat. She didn't even know how to meow until she was about a little over a year old. And I got Jameson in the house, and he was meowing, and then she found her voice. She used to just do little tiny squeaks, like she'd open her mouth and it would go.
Oh yeah, I know the kind of little squeak.
She had no voice for a long time, and then he came in the house, and then she started like trying to meow, and she got better at it. And now she yells at me whenever she wants love. But I was like, "Damn it, boy! I liked her quiet." But no, she still has a little squeaky, weird little like, still.
So Sabrina, this is the first time I've met you. Tell me about yourself. You're very interesting. You're very smart.
Oh, you didn't know?
I feel like we have met before,
Yeah,
Jenny.
you did, but months and months ago.
A
When
long
Ben started
time
doing
ago,
trivia. Yeah, it was.
Reintroduce yourself.
Yeah, I'll reintroduce myself, and
Thank you.
so I don't know. How do I? So my name's Sabrina. I live in Ontario, Canada. I am a trans woman who's only been out for about not even a year yet, just shy of a year. I came out in December 2021. I've been on hormones for about 4 months now, and I'm quite happy, surprisingly happy, actually. I did not expect that. I took a bit of... No. Like, here's the thing. There were a few barriers for me coming out. One of them is, like, I'm kind of non-binary trans femme. I didn't really have particularly strong gender dysphoria in any way, but it was meeting other trans folk and understanding that gender dysphoria isn't a requirement at all. And a few other things which allowed me to realize, like, yeah, I guess I am a trans woman to a point. But I, for a few months, I was just like, So I talked with my doctor, said, like, I'm trans. I don't know if I want to start hormones anytime soon. My doctor's like, well, you sound like you're part, like, I said I might be interested. So my doctor at least got the numbers and information for an endocrinologist she knew, so that if I did want to start hormones, then I would have the person to talk to and know their shit. And then I'm like, yeah, let's get started. Let's try this out. I wasn't really sure. And honestly, even notwithstanding any of the actual physical changes, because that's not really what I noticed first. What I noticed first is just like, wow, I'm just really happy. This is good. I like this.
Yeah,
nice.
that is the first effect most people feel.
Yeah, I really didn't expect that. Dog, I met Sabrina briefly ages ago.
Have you noticed your dreams change at all?
I before and after, I've never really, not never. As a 30-something or late 20-something, 30-something, I didn't really have much in the way of dreams. I generally still don't unless I sleep during the day.
Like, that's interesting.
I think it's partially because you don't dream when you're really deep in sleep, if I'm not mistaken. And so when I'm sleeping under normal circumstances, like I get to deep sleep pretty quickly, I guess. But when I'm sleeping during the day, my sleep is not nearly as deep. So that's when I might get some dreams. But I haven't. I guess if I think about it, when I do have dreams that I remember, they relate a bit more to real life than I guess they used to. But again, I'm not one who dreams very much. I'm not one who remembers her dreams very much. We all dream a lot, but we don't always remember them.
Yeah, I think it took me like, 2, 3, 4 years until my dreams flipped gender, and ever since then, they've been all women.
As far as gendering in dreams are concerned, interesting. I honestly don't. Oh man, I've never really, not really a consideration I've had. Like, I would say that in the dreams that I do remember, if my name is being mentioned, I am hearing Sabrina, not my other.
Well, that's a good sign.
Yeah,
that is a good sign.
So what do you do for a living?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I work as a pharmacy assistant. I can't say technician yet, but I'm supposed to be in school to become a full registered pharmacy technician. But COVID, and I don't like studying. I don't want to go back to school right now, even though I should.
Do it. Don't waste your time.
I know.
I made that mistake, and suddenly you never go back.
Yeah, that's pretty much the boat I'm about in. I'm trying not to. So I'm like, okay, I need to go back. I'm a little late to go back for this semester. I'm going to go back in the winter term, and the thing that was initially holding me back was just COVID was making it harder to study, and then I came out as trans, and I'm like, I don't want to go back to school until I can change my name. Which I know I can have it done before I start school. Like I can easily do it. I've been procrastinating. I already have most of the paperwork filled out. I already have it pre-filled. I just need to print it out, get someone to sign it. Interestingly enough, because my manager is a pharmacist, they can actually they could sign it for me as a professional in the community, so to speak. I can't remember the exact. Like there's a few things like physicians and a few other professions. Obviously, a notary is more preferable, but like I think there's a number of professions you can get, and one of them is pharmacist. So I'm like, cool, I can just get my boss to sign it.
Okay, you're in medicine.
There you go.
I wasn't in medicine, but I did take nurses training. I wasn't intended to be an RN, but I blew it on clinicals because I blew my chunks on clinicals.
Okay.
and walked away. But so at least I had the book knowledge. But my mom was like head nurse of an ER for decades. One of the busiest ERs in the state of Wisconsin, and she was just fucking brilliant. She was able to get doctors fired and shit. And so I learned a lot from her, and I read all her books and stuff when I was a kid and things. Now where was I going with this?
Someplace.
Yeah.
Medicine.
God, I do that a lot. I'm 67 now, and my brain is going. I used to have an absolutely razor memory, and could put together sentences really well, and now I get stuck with words like basketball.
Fruit salad.
Yeah.
I'd always get stuck with words.
It's really
words are hard.
Disheartening, and it's scary actually because my dad basically died from dementia.
Oh.
Anyway,
my grandfather died of dementia.
Yeah, it's awful.
I don't have any of that in my family. Sorry, I had to go do some push-ups real quick because I'm getting tired. I was trying to get my blood pumping again. 4 days after today in 2001. Damn, Sandy. I'm sorry, Jenny.
I just can't remember where I was going with that. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm tired. I kind of lost it. I'm sorry.
Let's see. We're talking about dreams.
Oh yes. Because you were asking.
I'll just sum up the dreams. Pretty much like what I said before is I saw them change, but it took like 2-3 years for it to really flip hard. And nowadays I have very, very vivid dreams. I have what I call photorealist dreams, where they're so real, it's like you really are there. And when you wake up, you have to sit there for a bit and say, what's going on?
Those are the only dreams I remember, Jenny. And they are also, Sabrina, I will say, I'm like that too. If I take a nap during the day, I'm more likely to remember a dream. I don't ever remember having any dreams at night anymore. But
my dreams tend to be like full narratives.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, but the ones I do, that's what I was gonna say. The ones that I do remember are very vivid, and it's like I am standing right, and it's like realistic. Yeah, not like, oh, you only see what's in front of you, or you don't see somebody's face. No, like I see everything.
Yeah. It's interesting because like most of the dreams that I remember, and what I mean by remember as in like I can consciously recall the dream now, were some of the a number of the old dreams I had when I was a kid, or I should say nightmares I had when I was a kid, because I had a lot of nightmares or bad dreams. I don't know if there's any distinction between that, but yeah. Well, I mean, I had a lot of stress when I was young too.
The dreams I've been having recently have been me being back in school.
I've had some dreams about work or work-related stuff recently, which I actually had to remind myself, no, this isn't a conversation that we actually had. I just imagined it.
I remember one dream I had that I actually dreamt I went through the entire day of school. It actually felt like an entire day. I woke up and didn't even realize I was just starting seeing the day off. It's really weird.
I was staying at my brother's house one time, and I had this dream, and it was one of the photorealist type dreams. And my brother, who was sleeping in the same room, woke up here because I was talking in my sleep. And he said I spent like a half an hour explaining every step behind changing a timing belt on an M20 engine of BMW. And he said it was all perfectly accurate.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, what? I did? That's weird.
My mom dated this asshole who talked in his sleep, and he was in the Air Force, and he would say top secret stuff in his sleep.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, was her name actually Donald Trump?
No. This guy was an asshole, though. At one point he abused my mom, and he almost beat him up with a baseball bat.
That would warrant that. So Sabrina, what do you plan for yourself trans-wise?
About
say 10 years from now.
I'm a little loose on my plans. I, at least at this stage, I don't want to pass, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be in a position where I can just be cis-assumed. I want to be like feminine and recognized as feminine, but still people would be like, oh, like I still see that I'm gender non-conforming, because
that's interesting.
And partially, like, I have a bit of a privilege. Like, I'm in a privilege that I am able to be like notably safe to be like this. Like, I'm supported at work. So I've come out at work, and I came out at work a little while ago when I started my hormones, and now we're slowly shifting. So beforehand, when I came out, I'm like, well, I'm out to my colleagues, but I'm not necessarily out to all of my patients. The only patients I told right away were, well, my trans patients, obviously, because of course I know who I know that they're trans. I see what meds they're taking, and we've talked about this stuff and all that.
I just remembered where I was going with all that.
Okay.
God, the brain is amazing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I was describing my background in knowledge and education because of my mom in school and what all that stuff, because I wanted to ask you a question because you're a medical professional. And I spent a whole lot of years in medicine and psychiatric work and things like that. What do you define what do they call it? Medicalism? True scum is the slang that they use.
Yeah. Sorry. So, what's your question regarding true scum?
What you were talking about the your boss being able to sign for you and stuff like that. What's your feelings on gatekeeping? Do you think you're going through gatekeeping?
No. This is when I talk about the signing. This is just for name change purposes. That's all I was getting at. It was just for name change purposes, and for that, regardless of whether you're changing it for the purposes of gender alignment or you're changing it for something else, you need to get somebody who's well. I guess it is a bit of a gatekeep, but it's not particularly harsh. That's why the list of people you can get to do this signature is like, it's pretty damn wide. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't look into it because I didn't need to, but I believe there are some, what's the word? Not services, but like alternatives for people who don't have a person of one of these professions that has known them for at least a year, because I think that's the requirement, someone who's known you for at least a year kind of thing. And yeah, so I believe that there are some ways to get around that particular limitation, but I think it is a gate key. It is like sort of a barrier, but I don't think it's not a barrier that is asymmetrically applied. There we go. That's what it's not asymmetrically applied. This is a barrier no matter who wants their name changed and for what reason they need
it's
to
governmental law based more than hospital policy or WPATH policy or something like that.
Yes, yeah, that's all it was. In fact, at least they've made a few things a little bit easier. For one thing, I think they've actually extended it to. They said until a certain date, they're going to waive the fee to change the gender identifier on your health card. And I think they said that waiving of the fee was going to go till like October something, and I think they've extended that even longer. So it's not going to cost like. I think overall, if I actually fill the documents out and pay the fees and everything, it's not even going to cost me $100. It's like probably going to be like $70. And I am also aware that there's a number of LGBT like charity help groups that specifically have services that for people who can't afford even the small fees, because there are definitely people for whom even that small amount of money, like it's small for me, but there are some people for whom that is a barrier, and there's these charities that will be like, yeah, we'll help you out with the fees, we'll help you make your name and everything signed and everything like that. And not all of the government websites, but I think some of the government areas even have those resources on their webpage, like links to it. It's like, okay, if you need help with this, go here. I'm like, wow, that's nice.
Yeah. What kind of hoop did you have to jump through to get HRT?
There were no hoops.
Really?
There was nothing. I came out as trans to my doctor, and at that stage, I could have just asked my doctor to give me HRT because we have informed consent as a policy. So like they can go through the list of like, this is the things that can happen. And I said, yeah, agree to that. And then be like, okay. Now, in my case, with me and my doctor, we didn't do that. But that was because we both wanted to do it differently. Like we both wanted to get an endocrinologist involved. This is my doctor was like, I prefer to, even though my doctor said, even though it's within my scope, I would prefer to at least consult with someone. And I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense to me too. Like, I don't want to jump into this just like that without talking with anyone. And so we got the referral to the endocrinologist. That actually went through very quickly. I think within a few weeks of that conversation, I was already at the endocrinologist office and had my HRT. Like, I think from me saying I wanted it to me having it in my hands, or me saying I wanted it to my doctor, that is. Like, I wanted it, then I had to see my doctor first before I could get that, obviously. But for me, telling my doctor I wanted HRT to me having HRT was like less than a month kind of thing. And I know for some people it would have been even faster. We just, me and my doctor just specifically went a route that took a bit longer than it could have taken because we wanted to do it differently.
When I transitioned, every step was heavily gate kept.
Of course.
And there was no such thing as non-binary.
Yeah.
It was a very different world then.
Yeah, and there was so many things that you were required to do that we aren't now. I remember when I was first talking with the endocrinologist, and I already knew I was able to be completely upfront with my experiences. I didn't have to play up being a woman or anything like that. I know that trans femmes before me did have to do that, but I said like I'm non-binary trans femme. I still identify with some masculine aspects of myself. And I explained I didn't really have any gender dysphoria, at least not that I knew of. And she was very it was a very positive conversation. She appreciated all I explained to her. She got a better understanding of me. And she also explained that what they as a community of physicians in endocrinology and whatnot, like especially in trans supporting care, they're going with like the newer guidelines, which is like gender dysphoria isn't a requirement at all. You don't even need a diagnosis. We're not even treating this we're not even treating this as though we're treating a disorder, which is, I guess, how it used to be framed. This is simply just letting people be their more authentic selves, kind of thing. It's no longer being framed and treated like a condition or a disorder that's being fixed with HRT. It's HRT is just something people that they're giving to trans folks so they can be more aligned with how they feel about themselves, kind of thing.
Right.
And I do like that this is the new framing. I'm very, like, honestly, as I say, I feel like I'm so damn lucky. Like I came out in an environment and a time where I am so much safer than a lot of other folks have been. I live in a big city where, while like there can be hateful people everywhere, for the most part, my day to day, it's usually fairly progressive people. Like I usually get positive comments on like the pride wristbands that I wear, such as this, or like I have like a rainbow bag that I wear around, and I get a lot of people saying like, "Oh, I love your bag." I'm like, I get kids telling me that, which is always nice. Mind you, I don't think all the kids necessarily appreciate the dynamic, but they're just like, they're kids. They just appreciate stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty colors, right?
Yeah, pretty colors. Like, why not? Yeah, like I don't feel particularly at risk to be out as queer, to be out as trans in the environment that I live, like my immediate neighborhood kind of thing. I didn't feel especially fearful. Well, a little bit. I'm scared. I'll be honest. I am a little bit scared, but like I feel like I'm pretty okay to come out at work. As I was saying, like I initially just came out to my coworkers, but not to our patients. Very recently, after having a conversation with my boss, which, by the way, she initiated this conversation. She's like, because beforehand I said, like, since I'm not out to the patients, you can still call me by my old name, because I don't want to confuse our patients. And my boss came to me about a week ago, and she's like, "So do you want us to all call you Sabrina now?" I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? I would prefer that." And so now they're making a much more concerted effort to use my preferred name. Everyone's making a concerted effort to use my preferred name. I'm making a concerted effort to use my name when I introduce myself on the phone, because beforehand I was always "Thank you for calling pharmacy."
Yeah.
That name speaking.
This is
how
blah
can I
blah
help
blah.
you?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
And
then
now
you gotta change it. Yeah.
Now I'm using the name Sabrina when I answer the phone. I'm a little uncomfortable saying it out loud to patients in front of me who might be like, "Oh, what's your name?" And sometimes I'll dead name myself there. But like I'm moving forward, and I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I'm going to be out to everyone around here. And that's been a very nice change. I'm like, I'm so soon at HRT, and now I'm just like completely out. And I love it. Now I'm not completely out though. I'm not out to my dad yet. I'm out to my mom recently, but not to my dad. And I still live with them, so it's a
yeah.
They're evangelical, so
Oh
man. Like my mom, I could trust. Well, one, I could trust her to keep it quiet from my dad, because once she would understand the dynamic. But also, like with I'm sure you've heard this adage, "Hate the sin, love the sinner."
Oh, that's bullshit.
With that, my mom puts much more emphasis on the love the sinner bit, if you know what I mean when I say that.
Mm-hmm.
So she's pretty good about things. It's more like the only reason she needs that is for the a way to deal with the cognitive dissonance, basically. But
Well,
she's like, clearly she's much more interested in loving her family, and she just wants to. She just needs that so she can reconcile that with still being religious. Same thing with some of my cousins who are gay and such like that. But yeah, it's and then speaking of my cousins, queer or not, like all my cousins are like completely supportive as well. Pretty much most of my extended family that is like my age range and younger has been fine. I wasn't expecting any issues. It's just some of my aunts and uncles. I'm like, I'm not going to tell you guys yet. You guys can wait, especially my uncle.
Yeah, I lost my entire family except for my 2 brothers, and they only tolerate me.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Well, that's how things were then. It was pretty much assumed that you lose your family, and it was even advised that you move to a different town and when you change your name and stuff, so you don't have any carryover and all that kind of stuff. I didn't, but it was recommended at that time. It was just very, very different. I wanted to ask, and I ask many non-binary folks this when I get into a discussion with them. How do you deal with the cognitive dissonance of somebody you meet, either for business purposes or social purposes or casual interaction at the lunch counter or grocery store register or something like that, when they get your name but hear your voice?
I haven't had to deal with that too much. I know I'm gonna start dealing with that more. One of the advantages, I'm not really putting any energy into it right now, but I do, under some environments, actually have a much higher voice. I've been trying to practice. I'm really lazy today. In fact, well before I came out, well before I was out to myself, I was getting air quotes gendered correctly on the phone pretty frequently. Where people would mistake me for like my manager or something like that. My customer service voice is quite high in pitch and decently high in resonance. If I focus a bit more, I can probably make a better resonance there. I need to focus a bit more. I've just been super lazy with my practice as of late.
I can dig that. This is not my out in the world voice. I'm usually about a half octave higher.
Yeah.
And people say it's excellent when I do it, but
I hear from you now is excellent.
Don't care in front of friends, it's that kind of thing.
I don't hear like quote unquote typical trans femme voice. I just hear woman from you.
Well, thank you.
Even at the tone that you're giving.
I always think about voice. The reason it's a focal point of me is, having the years of experience I do at this. When I meet newbies, new eggs and stuff, regardless of their age, doesn't matter. But their time in the trans world is a lot of trans women who want to pass complain about being misgendered even after a couple of years or more. And then I just say, well, what about your voice? That's people cue into that. That's like the first thing that people cue into you, especially strangers.
Yes. It's the biggest tell, I would say, more than anything else. It's the biggest tell because without any work, it doesn't naturally change. We're not as lucky as our trans masked brothers and envies with testosterone doing not all of the work. I will recognize that for some persons there is value in speech therapy for trans masked persons as well, but a lot of them, testosterone does a lot of work for you, which is nice. For us, it doesn't do anything. Now, there were a few advantages I had. For one thing, I didn't really appreciate this until I started doing voice therapy and listening to my voice a lot more, like in recording. My voice isn't nearly as deep as I thought it was, even at my lowest. Like, because one thing, and I'm sure you definitely know this, is our voices sound a lot deeper when we are speaking than it actually would sound to everyone else around, because of course we're hearing it resonate within ourselves.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a much deeper sound than is actually being produced outwardly to everyone else. And so when I hear my voice in recording, I'm like, I still want to work on it, but that's a lot closer to what I'd like than I was initially thinking. I like that. And for me, you mentioned how like a lot of trans femmes want to pass, and it's funny because it's something I've thought about as well. And I do know I sometimes think like, oh man, it would be nice if people just saw me as a woman automatically. And I don't. Part of the reason why I want to not necessarily pass is because of how involved I've become in, like, I guess this queer corner of the skeptic community, and seeing all these people who are doing like activism and everything like that. And I'm like, I'd love to just not necessarily be an activist per se, but to help normalize trans experience just by existing and being obvious, but still being happy about it. Especially considering the profession I'm in. I'm patient facing, so like when I'm dispensing stuff, everyone's going to see me, and or hear me, as the case may be, and that it by being visibly trans femme, but still content, I could show to some young person, or not necessarily young person, actually. I could just show to some eggs out there. It's like, yeah, if you want, you can come out. That's not a problem. You can talk to me if you feel comfortable. But if I was passing, I wouldn't be giving people that opportunity. So
I'm perfectly comfortable with the concept that there's NBs out there. You know, I'm a believer in that. There's certainly a spectrum of. There's no such thing as true binary. There's a spectrum for everyone. I live binary, except for the fact that I build and drive race cars. You know, so that's why things like that in a person's life, I say there is no true binary.
Yeah, there really isn't.
But the concept of non-binary is so radical to the average human, because they've been believing that they live in a binary society for 15,000 years, and it's going to take more than one generation to change it.
Right.
Yes.
But it's never going to change if there aren't people like you out there fighting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And
damn truth.
The way I'm going to fight is just simply by existing. I maybe I'll put some effort into actual activism, but honestly, I'm just going to exist and fight by existing, because basically saying, here I am, I'm this weird thing, and I'm happy, fuck you.
Yeah, well, we'll see how you feel when you get tits and have breast sweat every summer. Yeah.
I do. I will say I also combat it, Sabrina, but what I do is I make sure that anytime I'm out in public, even though I'm already nice to people, I'm extra nice to people, and I do it intentionally. I hold doors for absolutely everybody. I call everybody sir or ma'am or whatever they want, depending on, you know, what vibe I get off of them. Older white cis person, sir or ma'am, you know. And so I just show everybody respect, and I'm kind. And if people say, hey, can I ask you a question about that? If they figure it out, which is slim to none, now that I have facial hair, I just answer any questions. I'm just an open book. And that's the best way we can advocate, because, you know, people walking around yelling at each other is just me like, well, all the trans people are assholes. They yell at you, you know, just doesn't do any good. You know, everybody, whatever genre or group or whatever you're in, you represent that group. And which is why I hate a lot of fucking white people that act like racist assholes, because I don't want them to represent me.
Well,
that's
and
not who I am.
But there's also the malicious gender people who know you're trans and want to make the biggest point they possibly can just to irritate you, because they know it's going to get under our skin.
Yeah.
And misgender you and treat you like shit and everything like that. I think of when I say that, I think of that video that went around of that person that looked about 6 foot or 6'5", something like that, in New York. Was dressed very masked, you know, no matter what they thought of themselves. Had hair that could have gone either way, and a voice that sounded like The Rock. And they're screaming and yelling at this person behind the counter because they referred to him as sir. Well, look what you look like. Okay, and you have to realize that the people you're approaching are not true. That they don't know how to relate to us.
The sad thing is a lot of binary. Yeah, the sad thing is a lot of people who don't really understand it think that's what the average trans person is.
Von Rick, I do stand up in public and pull the wedgie out of my ass or whatever I want now, because now I can. I do stand proud about it. That does not mean that I have to like people who are assholes just because they look kind of like me.
You know, Beck, I can give you a really good tip for helping yourself to pass. Every once in a while,
I don't have any problems, but you can tell me something.
Just every once in a while, just reach down, grab your crotch like you're scratching your balls.
Well, you know what? It's funny you say that, because you know what I do? Because, you know, we all get wedgies there, you know. Yeah. So what I do is if I'm like walking out of a building or I get out of the truck or something, I just make it look like I'm rearranging my balls instead of just pulling it out of my labia. I just hold my hand differently and no one knows. No one knows. And I just joke around all the time at work. Like, I was working with this one guy and he doesn't know. And we were talking about the guys with the jacked up pickups and the little short guys. And we're like, oh, little dick syndrome, right? And I said, I don't know why people just don't own it. I said, just fucking admit you got a little dick and learn to eat that shit. You'll be fine. It's what I do. And the guy just like looked at me and looked back at the road like he didn't know what to say. But I do that with everybody. And I'm like, hey, I got the littlest dick in Santa Fe. I'm okay with it. I literally do.
Oh,
like this long.
Every time you tell this story, I still love it. You got to finish the whole thing, by the way.
This is
the whole joke I had going with everybody.
Yeah, the whole joke. You can't leave them out of this.
Okay, this is how it started, everybody. It started with this kid I worked with. He didn't know I was trans. And he was kind of a dick. No, he wasn't kind of a dick. He's an asshole. He's a very selfish, narcissistic asshole. And he likes to pick on people and call them names and stuff because he's a child still at 31 years old. So he kept calling me, teasing me about being short. And I said, dude, you can stop doing that. And he kept doing it. So about third week, I said, if you say any comment about my height again, I'm going to take you out of this truck and I'm going to pull you over the guardrail and I'll beat your fucking ass. So then he went to oh, sorry about your little dick jokes. And he said, sorry about your little dick. And I said, yeah, it sucks. He looks over at me and looks back at the road, right? Like, fuck. So 3 months later, we're working together still. We had worked together for 3 months. I guess it's about a month and a half later. And we were on a trip and the hotel rooms are really expensive and everything and all that shit. And, oh, no. I'm sorry. That was Louis. Hold on. I'm mixing up stories. Oh, yeah. So he kept making all these comments and shit and kept making comments about my appearance. And I said, dude, fucking stop. Like, I yelled at him multiple times and he kept doing it. And I said, dude, I'm fucking trans. And he goes, what? Like this. And then he got really quiet and he was like, oh man, I'm sorry, man. I said, no, that's not the point. You shouldn't pick on anybody, whether they're trans. I shouldn't have had to tell you that I'm trans to get you to stop picking on me. I'm 51 goddamn years old. You're 20 years older than me or younger than me. You shouldn't even be talking to me like that. And he got really quiet. He was like, yeah, you're. And I said, when have I ever said anything about your appearance? When have I ever picked on or bullied you? And he said, you never have. And I said, and I won't. So stop doing it to me. And he's like, I'm sorry. And I said, by the way,
it's called maturity.
It gets better. And I said, by the way, because he made the little dick joke, right? And I said, by the way, that's why I said I have the littlest dick in Santa Fe. And he busted up laughing. So before he found out, I told this other guy named Louis that I told Ian that I had a little dick, but I really don't. I just tuck it up well because I don't like my shit flapping is what I told him basically. Right. And I said, but he doesn't, but he doesn't know that. And so Louis laughing at Ian because Ian thinks I have a little dick. Right. So then I told somebody else. So I had 3 people all laughing at each other, thinking I had a little dick when I really do. I just had this big joke going with everybody. So every time I saw my brother, I'd go, "Hey, Richard, guess what? What? I got somebody else in on the little dick joke. Now it's a triangle of dick jokes." And he's like, "Oh no, you tell me you didn't." He goes, "Oh," I said, "Oh yeah, I did." So now Ian's gone.
People.
Yeah, me too. It's fun. Ian's gone. Louis was worried about getting a hotel room because they were really expensive. And he said, I better call. And I said, dude, I'm not sharing a hotel. And he's like, I better call Sharon. I better check. And I said, dude, it's okay. And he's like, no, I got to check. And I said, dude, I'm trans. That's why she doesn't make us share hotel rooms. And he was like, his first reaction was, I had no idea. And I said, good. And he's like, I'm sorry. I said, no, don't be sorry for that. You just made me feel great. But as far as I know, he hasn't told another soul, because I said, just please don't say anything. He said, that's not my story to tell. It's your story to tell. And I said, thank you for that. And he's the 24-year-old youngest guy in the company. He was more mature about it than everybody else, like more, kind and understand. He's like, oh man, well, shit, that explains some stuff, doesn't it? And I'm like, explains what? I don't remember what he said. But
He be my love.
It's funny you say that, Beck. As far as reactions are concerned from colleagues when I came out as trans.
Hold on, Phoebe, put your coin down. We're not doing that yet. Hold on. Put your coin down.
As far as that was concerned, some of the most positive, not even neutral, some of the most positive reactions I got were from some of my very young colleagues. So this one girl, one of the cashiers at the front, who I had been talking with quite a bit, because not in any other weird way, just friendly.
You'd been flirting, hadn't you?
No.
Lies.
I don't. No, she's like 11 years younger than me. Screw that. Fuck no.
I think I'm gonna head out. I think I'm gonna get going here. I'm kind of fading out here, so.
Okay,
see you guys later.
Okay, Mage, honey.
Thanks so much for hanging out so much and keeping us awake, buddy. I appreciate you.
Bye, bye, sweetheart.
Bye, sweetheart. 20-year-old.
I wouldn't. Anyway, let me just finish the thought. Come on, you are such a pain in the ass sometimes, Phoebe. Don't you know that?
Yeah, she does know she is.
Okay, good.
Of
Good.
course
As long as
I
you're
know,
aware of that.
and it's deliberate.
I know. Anyway,
And she's very good at it.
You've all been interviewed by me.
I came out to her.
Style.
So I came out to her at work. She's like, "Oh my god!" She was like, just like specifically thrilled. She's like, "Can I give you a hug?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So we hugged and everything. It was just like, it was adorable and sweet. And she was like, and this is at a point before I asked my colleagues to specifically respect my chosen name. I gave people an option, but she's like, no, I'm calling you Sabrina, and I'm giving you nicknames and everything like that. So like Bree and Brina and things like that. It was such a positive reaction, and it was like mostly my younger colleagues. In fact, today, even though I wasn't working, I had gone to work. One of the other cashiers, who's also a young guy, I don't think I ever directly come out to him because I don't talk to a lot of the cashiers. But I was talking with some people and just casually brought up stuff, and there was no moment of him questioning or anything. Just rolled with it and was totally cool, and just didn't make a deal out of it, because I guess for some people in the younger generation, this has just become significantly more normal, and so it's just it is just the thing now, and we just all roll with it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the washroom.
Okay.
That's one thing I am very envious of everybody who's
hold on, Phoebe,
come out since say 1995 is how much more acceptance there is in society in general than when I did it. When I did it, most people had never even heard the word transsexual, much less met one. They've heard of sex change and all the tawdry little things that the media would portray about it, but they never actually met anybody or understood it whatsoever. And that's why we all got fired and that sort of thing, because people just had no fucking clue. And finally, people started getting more informed. I won't say educated because they still live on all sorts of stereotypes, but it's just much better than it was. It's just as dangerous as it was for me, but it's overall acceptance is more easy to achieve.
Well, and honestly, if there had been, all the requirements like about living a year as your chosen gender and all that, I probably couldn't have done that.
No, you see, that's a misnomer. I was not expected to live 24 hours. There was no schedule for it, or you had to take hormone. You had to live that way before you got hormones. We had to get hormones, or were allowed to get hormones if we had a consistent therapist, and that they recommended it, and that there was at least one other doctor, shrink, psychologist, physician, didn't matter, who also says that they're aware and that they're going to follow you, because there was a safety concern and the liability concern, and that's what all gatekeeping was based on, is patient safety and medical liability.
Yep.
And because it was all so new, everybody was afraid of getting sued or killing someone, and so everybody was very, very cautious. And it took time for those expectations and regulations, or policies, I should say, to go away. My generation was the guinea pig for everybody today, and what we went through and what they learned from us is the basis of what things like WPATH understands now.
Yeah, and I appreciate that those of you who did this 20 years ago or more, that it has made it a lot easier for me to do it now.
Well, more than 20 years ago, it was much better than it was when I went through. Much better.
Yeah.
And it was still cheap.
I know kind of peripherally, just because, I've been in the LGBTQ community since the 80s, when people were telling me that I didn't belong because I identified as bi. So I didn't belong in the gay groups because I could pass as straight since I was living with a woman.
Well, that's true. You are. No, I'm just teasing.
Yeah, you are the woman.
Well, yes, but I wasn't then.
Right.
Hey, strange humans.
Yes.
Okay, Phoebe, you got your coins. Go ahead.
Who are you calling human?
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
sentient beings.
Hi, guys.
I was going to ask, how do I get onto this other stream? Whoa!
You want to do coins?
No, I didn't.
Fine.
I've done coins. Coins are,
No, she wanted to do a headphone connector.
Oh, that's different.
Hi, Sadie.
Hi.
Hi, Sadie.
So, I needed to ask you this, Perps, RWO. That would be the person we're fundraising for. How do I get onto whatever this other stream that you'd like me on?
Yeah, actually, I was just asking Kaz on Twitter about that, because it also looks like the time for the show got changed.
What did he change it to?
Well, it's now 7 o'clock my time. It had been 8 o'clock my time.
Oh, so he changed it to 8 Eastern?
Yeah, so I guess
thank God I only have to stream for one more hour. I was going to have to do 2 more hours from now, and I'm so tired.
I mean, if you wanted, I could take over for a little bit, but
well,
Well,
I can't let anybody in.
It's the second time that the time of the stream has changed, because the time of the stream has now changed twice. Because it was supposed to be midnight my time. Now it went to 2 o'clock, and now it's back at 1 o'clock my time.
Because Kaz accidentally assumed that the time zone for the spreadsheet was their time. And then everybody was like, Purple actually caught it and said, hey, you set your stream for 8 p.m. and Central, and the stream's supposed to start 8 p.m. Eastern. And so I guess they changed it back because they were going to start an hour later, and I was going to run up and butt up against them. So now I don't have to do another hour. So that's great.
Yeah.
Sadie,
So,
I just want to say that your
Am I right?
lighting is very nice, and that background is killer.
I love the light. I love the background.
Perps, I'm pulling
Yeah,
out.
so Phoebe, as soon as I get a link from Kaz, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, 8 Eastern, 6 p.m. my time. Yeah, I only have 1 hour left.
No, I'm pulling out of doing the stream.
Oh, okay.
It's
Pulling out, people still get pregnant if you pull out.
my black shirt, though.
Just so you know, I just messaged. Yeah, it's pretty cool, Sadie.
The reason
I just
being
messaged Kaz and said I don't think I could be on your stream tonight. I'm too tired.
Because it was originally, when I looked up the time, midnight my time. That's fine. But 1 o'clock is a bit too late for me.
That's okay.
Oh my God, the Packers are getting their asses kicked by the Vikings.
Really?
This is so.
Oh, darn.
How are the Raiders doing?
I have no idea. Couldn't care less.
Because Granny didn't make pizza
I
today.
just asked because that's what Deb's watching.
Of course, the Packers are losing. Granny didn't make a pizza.
Jeez Louise, this is not what I was supposed to be seeing. The Eagles, Lions at the... So the Lions at the Eagles.
Are the Lions winning?
Well, final score, Lions 35, Eagles 38.
Wow.
That's
there you go. That one's for you, Phoebe. And Jenny, Hellbound Hillbilly, said we used to call that method pull and pray.
Hey,
sorry,
I missed whatever was for me. I missed whatever was for me.
Hellbound Hillbilly said we used to call it pull and pray.
I like games
I only like 2 NFL teams, and that's the Packers and whoever's playing the Cowboys.
I can't believe that the Lions nearly won today. That's insane.
Don't know what to tell you.
Oh,
well, this is okay.
The Washington football team
the Vikings haven't beat the Packers in a long time.
Name possible.
Ooh, took it in the nuts.
I can only just say that I've only just been reminded of what the Washington football team have decided to call themselves now.
What is it?
The Washington Commanders.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Name.
Whatever.
What a dreadful name. Why don't you just call yourself the Washington Losers?
I'd say they should call themselves the Washington Cunt Lickers instead, but I don't think any of those guys know how to do that.
I always thought that the Washington Redskins should just change their logo from a Native American motif to
potato.
Three small red potatoes.
Yeah, there you go. Still the Redskins. 3 small potatoes. I was just thinking one medium sized.
Yeah. 2 small potatoes and a cucumber.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's
accurate.
Also, is America doing anything today in relation to the date that today is?
I don't know. They're going to bring it up because they got to keep reminding people to be afraid of Muslims and stuff. That's their job.
No, that's not why they bring it up. They bring it up because of all the people that were fucking murdered.
That's not true.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I think they do try to teach the kids about the history too.
I've never heard a 9/11 thing discuss Muslims at all. Not a word.
Well, that's who they blame it on.
Well,
I heard it in...
well, that's fine, but the memorial service is about the people who died, not
I'm
about.
not talking about memorial services. I'm talking about the fact that they have to plaster ads everywhere, all over the fucking TV for like a goddamn week. You know, just pushing it in people's faces. That's the media.
Yeah, we haven't had any of those here.
Surprised.
I think that's
I
mostly.
usually see them wherever I live, except I quit watching TV because I got fed up with it.
I lost somebody on 9/11.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I really haven't watched regular TV in close to a decade. So
Where were they,
in
Jenny?
the jet that went down.
Oh, in the jet?
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm sorry. It's horrible.
Yeah, she went down fighting, I'm sure.
Yeah.
She was a tough lady.
Good.
A kick-ass corporate lawyer and a race car driver, amateur.
I'm tired.
Wow. Yeah, it's some fucked up shit, that's for sure. Whole thing is. What were you saying, Sadie? I heard you
I
whisper
said I'm just
something.
tired. It's been a
You?
long... Yeah, I'm exhausted.
I just realized that that's a unicorn silhouette. I thought it was a nebula.
It is. It's a unicorn nebula.
Mhm.
To say it's both. Yeah, for sure.
Mhm. I'm just exhausted. I don't think I've had a day off since I started school on the 22nd. Like, I work the days that I don't have school, so it's like I literally have not had a day off. Today I told my boss, I said I want Sundays off because I need a day for me that doesn't involve work or school.
Right.
And I was like, I need to go home now. Like, I left early because I was like, I was dizzy and just like I was tired today.
How's your kid doing?
That sucks.
They're good. They just got home. They were at a wedding out of town. Oh, the Queen had COVID?
No, the Queen
she?
did not have COVID. The Queen had COVID. It didn't kill her. She survived COVID. Bone cancer killed her.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
If she tested 5 days ago. If she had COVID, it can be in your system for 90 days on a PCR test.
So they can definitely test to see if that's what. Yeah.
Sorry, Phoebe, what did you say had killed her?
Bone cancer.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't heard much about what the official cause of death was.
Yeah,
I've never heard anything about her bone cancer.
It's been kept quite quiet, but
Yeah.
bone cancer.
I would expect they would. That's what they're like.
Okay, but that would also say that they knew it was coming for some time.
Sure they did.
That certainly seems reasonable to me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sure does. They haven't released the final cause yet. Yeah, I know.
But then again, if she's getting the best possible treatment, it could have been dragged out for many years.
You can test positive to COVID for 30 days, for up to 90 days.
That's Ben.
Depending on the kind of test, different tests will have different. I think PCRs, if you've had COVID, will be able to
it's
show
90
positive.
days.
Up to 90 days after.
Yeah, because when I had,
it's not necessarily will.
well, when I got COVID in April, and they made me wait 30 days to have a procedure. And then when I had the procedure, normally they test you via PCR, but they waived it because they said I would test positive.
That's another reason why, if you've had within 180 days, you were allowed to enter the United States, and you didn't need to show vaccination status because the tests would be
the new variants. Yeah.
Whereas wonderful humans, it is now Monday. Goodbye.
Bye, Phoebes. Take care.
Bye,
Thanks for
Phoebe.
stopping
Bye.
by.
Bye, honey.
Farron,
You
how is
missed
my
an exclamation
favorite
mark,
messenger?
so now we have a purple Jenny.
Well,
If the Vikings win, I'll be purple.
I can bruise myself a few times and turn purple.
That's one of the few things I really hate about living in Minnesota.
Turning purple?
Anytime I wear a purple shirt, everybody assumes I'm a football fan.
Well, yeah, you are.
Oh,
Vikings.
God. Yeah.
Today at work,
I'm gonna have to get a purple shirt that just says I don't give a shit about football. I just like the color.
Right.
That's a great
That would be
idea.
Great. I think you should definitely do that.
today at work, when there was,
Right
because
back.
like a lot of the when people are going to the Metrodome and stuff, they'll park at the Mall of America and they'll take the train. And so there's like a lot of fans there today. So I was writing "Skull" on the cups if they were wearing a shirt. And I said, "This is so we win." I'm going to send.
Oh, how much time is left in this game?
How much what?
6:48.
What's the score?
23 Vikings, 7 Packers.
Oh darn. That's why my stepfather-in-law was quiet in the car.
Purple rhymes with turtle. No, you've got to try harder.
Turtle.
There's a bunch of new defensive people this year. They haven't really gelled yet as a line. There's been people squeaking through it too much today.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Or Aaron Rodgers has been smoking something again.
Yeah, Ox, you're always so negative.
Let's see. I had to scroll to see what you were referring to, and I'm like, oh, we're talking about testing for COVID.
You might just have a low viral load. You can have it took like 5 days for me to test positive on a rapid test when I was COVID positive because my viral load was too low.
Yeah, that's actually why we say.
And PCR is more accurate. PCR.
Yeah, PCR requires a lower viral load to be able to detect. That's why usually if someone is interested in getting a test and interested in a test because of an exposure, it's like you wait at least 5 days before you even bother testing. I mean, unless you got like free rapid testing, you can test as much as you want, but like before we even bother doing a formalized test, because it's like it's even if it's negative, that could easily be a false negative. We can't trust the negative there. Wait at least 5 days because from you contracting it, it'll take at least, if it's going to show up on a test, it'll take at least 5 days before it'll probably show up on a test. Or you start showing symptoms, because if you have symptoms, your viral load is definitely high enough. Or
when I
generally,
not always.
Not always. You were right. Not always. But I'm talking about the guidelines that we follow.
Yeah, my kids took the same amount of time too. It's about how much ACE2 receptors you have too. Not everybody has the same amount of ACE2 receptor.
I still have to get the
took me
last
like 5
booster.
days just to get in for a test. I'm sorry, Jane.
I hope you didn't have mad cow ox because you probably would be dead.
You'd probably be walking pretty funny and drooling a lot.
Yeah. Which is a prion disease. It's not a virus.
Prions scare the fuck out of me.
Yeah. Don't eat cow brains. I think it was sheep brains though too.
Sheep is where it came from.
Yep.
Prions and you know why?
They're proteins. They're scarier.
Because people have been fucking sheep for so many years. They'll never.
You can see my kid and the cat behind me because they're sitting on the bed.
Meow.
I just saw what looked like an arm.
Freddy.
Cat. See cat.
I see a black cat.
Yep.
The cat is flashing in and out.
Yep. I saw light-colored kitty behind you.
This is the green-eyed kitty. This is Bean. He's a tiny little boy. Tiny little boy.
I should get my kitty.
There was a song like that in the 60s. Green-eyed kitty. Oh no, green-eyed lady. I'm sorry.
Scoopy's the big boy. And Freddy's tiny too. Hey, Freddy.
No, this explains the whole Schrodinger's cat thing. It's not whether or not the cat was alive or dead. It's they can't tell whether or not the cat was actually in the box or not.
I don't accept the Schrodinger's pose that you just don't know if anything. You just don't know if it's right. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not.
Schrodinger's cat My understanding, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding was it wasn't a serious thing. It was actually posited as a criticism of a certain idea, like trying to demonstrate the absurdity of something. Because like obviously the cat is not alive and dead. That's logically absurd. Yeah, it was posited as a criticism. Though I don't think. Okay, yeah. If somebody knows more about this historical physics stuff, can jump in on it, because I only know a very basic level of this.
Definitions of quantum?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know much about quantum. I know that I don't know. There we go.
All I know about quantum is that it's a really cool word, and the computers are fast as fuck.
Yeah, fair enough. I know it's a word that likes to get New Age shysters and the like love to abuse. Shout out to the Lord Falconis, who likes to take on these kinds of people by making videos, predominantly Teal Swan, but she's not the only one. I'm just arbitrarily shutting people out because I just think about things and like, oh yeah, I know LF does this a lot.
Let's see if that's a better. I'm trying to find a lighter background.
That's definitely lighter.
So I don't wash out. Can you see me? I can't see me.
Yeah, you look the same.
I can't see myself because I'm getting this
okay.
circly thing.
Bright background like that is painful to me.
You have a ring light, don't you?
No.
Is that what you're
I can't. No, I have a big computer. I'm trying to.
No. For your lighting.
I don't have a lighting. I don't have a light for lighting.
Oh, really?
My computer's really big, so that's probably what's making the light.
Oh. Well, it's very even, flat lighting.
What?
You know that mask? I'll just do makeup. Okay. What? Also, I should have to buy a mask and I'll just use makeup this Halloween.
That's a cool background.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna see if I can get my cat.
That's a cool background, but I don't think that's gonna work very good.
Questions?
Let's see.
I can just buy some face paint or something.
I have cat here. He's on his porch.
Are you gonna buy face paint? I'll probably buy it for Halloween.
Jeez, the shuffle. You're old.
Like, why are you so concerned about me doing something? Because I don't have money. Did you see my videos?
Bad ox. Don't say those things.
Because if you did,
She was sleeping. She didn't want to move.
Don't blame them. I can't wait to sleep again.
I will get something though.
Well, I got back in here because I was, feeling that.
Wait a minute. Good.
Yeah, I got back in here because I was feeling I was drifting off and I didn't really have enough time to take a nap, so I had to start doing something. Okay, what is the thing with the trans shark? Okay, I keep seeing this on Twitter. I don't get it.
That's better.
Boy, it's
That's
just
reaction so far.
Everybody gets from IKEA mail order, and they're cute.
Yeah, honestly, it's become a meme now. The reason it became a meme is because think about the color scheme for a second: blue, white, pink. Yes, it is that simple. Mind you, it actually became viral just generally before it became specifically viral within the LGBT community. Because people were just posting memes because it's just a really nice stuffed animal.
I heard they
really
were discontinued.
No, in most places, no. I think I heard rumors about it being discontinued in the UK. That it had been announced on their Twitter. I actually went back through the UK IKEA Twitter, and that tweet has been deleted. So I don't think it's discontinued.
Oh, okay.
Now see, when you showed it that way, it made sense. But any of the pictures I've seen, they never showed the mouth, so I didn't know it had any pink in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I need somebody who's not on fixed income to buy one for me.
Wouldn't a trans shark be a dolphin? Ox asked.
It's not how that works.
Damn it, Ox.
No, it'd
a
be
dolphin.
It'd be a muskie.
That's pretty funny though. What, Jenny?
It'd be a muskie. Muskellunge. You don't know what a muskie is? Oh, you do? Okay.
Oh, don't put Sabrina's shark under a black light.
I didn't say it as a question like what a muskie is. I said,
Who?
oh, like
What?
muskie?
What was that,
okay,
Sadie?
you know.
Who are you? Farron, I should have known. I should have fucking known. Like, I knew Farron was in chat. I knew he was there, and so obviously, if there's any especially sus comments, it's probably coming from Farron. Circus Haddock. I thought that was a trans tuna. Yeah, I know the joke you're getting at, Farron, and I'm gonna, as I do with everything, I always take all jokes seriously and then respond to them as though they were serious. Because of course the implication is.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. So, yeah. I will say,
everybody knows.
Seriously respond to the implications and the trinkles. Sadie, please mute yourself if you're going to do that.
Yes,
the what?
We're hearing open something. It's really, really loud.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, you don't have to take yourself off camera. Just mute yourself.
Yeah, no, I think just wrong button. Anyway, since I started HRT, amount of libido is just plummeted in a good way. Like, I'm happy about that. Just don't fuck around. Yes, you're my troll. I love you, Farron.
Yeah,
I have this weird. It's this weird relationship with Farron. Like, we're always addressing each other, and I just like. I see Farron.
I only met Farron this weekend. Farron's pretty cool. What a great artist.
Farron's a great guy.
I love his
that was
drawings.
one of the things that the doctors kept stressing to me before I started, was that it was going to, the diminished sex drive. And I was like, yeah, that would be a relief.
Yes.
So
yes, it was. That's what I said too.
Well, after a bit over a year on HRT, I think my sex drive is down to what would be considered normal for a woman in her mid-20s, but I'm pushing 60. But it's like, I can at least go maybe 2 or 3 hours without thinking about sex and actually focus on a project now.
Let me trust me. The longer you go without sex, the more you think about it. I'm at the point now where it's pretty much all day.
Jenny's a horn dog. That's all there is to it.
Just a big boy.
From what I've heard, yes.
I didn't used to be.
What, son?
There's my big boy, Scooby.
I hear
Jenny,
though.
I'm
I know
afraid
there's.
we were a bad influence on you, though.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, it's mine.
I hear Beck's cat yelling for treats.
I hear that
big shocker,
the research is not consistent yet. Like, they haven't done enough studies to make this a clinically consistent recommendation. But I hear that the addition of progesterone to one's HRT regimen can definitely increase the libido.
It does somewhat.
I don't have either of those hormones.
Yeah. You know what it makes you want to do? It makes you just want to hump everything.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Progesterone?
You're like, I'm not into guys, but I'd probably stick my dick in his mouth. It's like that. You just get really like, you just want to stick your dick in everything. That's literally what it feels like.
There's a huge amount of placebo effect and mythology in the trans community.
Yes, yes, there is. Which is why Which is why one of the many reasons why I actually talked with my endocrinologist about progesterone. We had the conversation, and I'm like, no, I'm not touching it. She's like, I'm pleased. She would be willing to prescribe if I asked, like if I wanted it, but it's not within our recommendations. Like, we do have guidelines set up that have been created by Sherburne Health, I think Ontario Rainbow Health or something like that, which is through
don't short yourself. I guarantee you, as you go through the process of transition, whatever your end goal with it is, the road you take and the goal itself is going to change.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I've never seen anybody stay consistent ever.
I'm not excluding myself from that. It's just for what I want to achieve right now, the estrogen and the anti-androgen is sufficient. In fact, the anti-androgen has been quite nice. Like when I got my blood work done after 3 months, my testosterone was like 0.25. I was on the low end for a cis woman, which is great. And my estrogen was all within.
I'm at like 0.19.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm quite like, and that's at the starting dose. So like, we didn't even bother changing the sapropterin. We're just keeping it at 12.5 milligrams a day.
I made a video for the 9/11 for my animation class. It's like my animation is horrible, but like it was supposed to be my like me as that like my day on that, like how my day went that day.
Right.
Like how
I
I
was
like
9/11.
I was supposed to be. We're supposed to like animate an event, like from our point of view. And so I animated 9/11, and I was working.
How old were you?
It was in 24.
Oh, okay. So you were definitely cognizant and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I was an adult. I was born in the 70s.
It's kind of weird to think about that all these children who were born on 9/11 can now drink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's crazy all by itself.
I feel really bad for the kids of 9/11 who like lost their parent on that day, and they had to grow up without a parent, and that's what they died in. You know, it's the piece of history and all that kind of stuff. It's just weird.
Yeah.
God, that was an awful day.
Yeah.
I will never get it out of my head.
Hey, Ox, can you do me a favor? Go over to Atheist Edge and grab the stream that's going to start in 38 minutes. And can you bring that over here and toss it in my chat for me, please, sir? I would appreciate it. Because, Ox is here. I'm spoiled. He always takes care of me. It's a fact.
Sabrina, I was gonna finish. Progesterone is not terribly radical in its effects. For me, the only reason I wanted it was its alleged effects on breast development.
Yep.
And it does exactly what they say it does with that.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, and that's why it's still on my radar. I haven't excluded it yet. It's just right now I'm content with.
It disappointed me. I was hoping it would help even things out. My left breast is significantly larger than my right.
Oh, that happens after
wrist?
Oh yeah,
wait a minute. Did you say your wrist?
Breast.
Oh, I thought she was making a comment about the earlier before.
About masturbation.
No. Yes. Well, Jenny, it's you. You talk about it all the time.
Fair enough.
I do not masturbate all the time. I did.
No, I said you talk about it all the time.
Now I don't.
There, I posted it on Twitter. So
I misunderstood you, and I thought you said wrist, and then I saw Sabrina's face, and I was like, "Oh shit, I heard something wrong, didn't I?" I know I did.
No, I was talking about breast and how the left is larger than the right side, and that's not an uncommon thing.
It's not uncommon.
Lots of women with imbalance.
Especially after
actually, most of them are for my.
Yeah, most cis women have one side that's a half to a full cup larger than the other.
And
makes it worse. I will say that I did not have that problem, which is really weird, but almost everybody does.
Yeah, and for that, what I was thinking is, so I didn't really have any particular interest in doing top surgery, but if after a number of years, after like my natural development plateaus, whether or not I use progesterone in that process or not. If it's notably uneven, or at very least if I don't like the look of it, then I will take the free top surgery just to even it out a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we get one top surgery covered by the government. But if we want any edits, then we have to pay out of pocket for the next one. But I mean, that's still very beneficial.
Well, yeah, that's really generous, actually.
Yeah, and our bottom surgery, though, mind you, they don't have much choice when it comes to bottom surgery, but bottom surgery is also covered. But that's just like a standard, well, it's not a standard medical procedure, but it's like treated the same way as a lot of other medical procedures.
As it should be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Absolutely should be.
And interestingly, for the top surgery, I guess I sort of intuitively understood this, but it was nice to hear about it from a slightly unrelated medical professional. So I'm also talking with a thoracic surgeon because I've got a different problem I need to get dealt with. I've talked about it before. I've got pectus excavatum or something like that. I have like my chest is kind of concave, chest-wall defect. Anyway, talking with the
Jenny, you're crackling and echoing. You might want to go out and come back in. I'm sorry. You were fine till you left.
I'm gonna wait.
Now it sounds okay.
Oh no, let's fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I was talking with the thoracic surgeon, and at this point, upon seeing him, I'm already out. So, obviously, how the potential surgery on the ribs and everything would the consideration on breast development is very much a relevant consideration, and so this is something we were taught. Like most of the consultation was, how is this going to work with this?
Right.
And from what I learned from him, for one thing, we're going to wait a few years because he said it will actually be better to get the surgery done. Because what I was worried about is, should I get the surgery done before my development really starts going, or should I get it after? Like, I don't know what is the better circumstance.
Yeah, I don't know.
From the research that he did and was looking into, is that it will be better afterwards.
I would absolutely agree with that.
Yep, which makes sense. And what he also mentioned, which is something I hadn't thought about, is it's a different kind of. Though they're related. Breast augmentation for cis women and breast augmentation for trans women are different. There's different things to consider. And so he's like, when you're finding someone, be mindful of that. I'm like, right. Didn't really think about that. I can't just go to like any plastic that does like augmentation surgery. I would be preferable to go to a place that specifically specializes in like sort of trans top surgery, that is.
Right, and that's why when I was... What, Jenny?
Trans women have issue with side boob and the distance between the breasts
the nipples.
Because of wide chest.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh, I actually found it was somebody because I found one doctor who does male to female surgery or female to male surgery, and she also does different kinds of breast surgeries and stuff. That's all she does is breasts. And I had trouble getting in with her, and then Heather said, "Hey, can I make a suggestion?" And I was like, "Absolutely." And she said, "Well, I like this doctor, and she's been doing this shit for like 25 some odd years, whatever, and she's done a lot of transition surgeries going both ways. She knows what she's doing." And I was like, deal.
Cool.
I'll take her. So, yeah.
I got to go wee. I'll be back.
I'll be right here. I already did that.
Yeah. Beck, how much are you going to be, or have you paid for that surgery? Like, how much does it cost?
Well, I got to pay for my insurance first. So I'm waiting.
Okay, so it is going to go through insurance then. It's not like you have to pay out of pocket.
Yeah, so I'm waiting until the first of the year because I have to pay for my own insurance, and it's not through the company. And it's going to be about $500, anywhere from $450 to $5 something a month for me to pay for it by myself. So I'm going to try to get a consultation with her the first week of January. And so as soon as my insurance kicks in, I'm good. And then she has her own operating room. So she doesn't have to wait like most elective surgeries do. So she just has her own shit. So she usually is only out like 2 months on her surgeries, maybe 3, from the time you do the consult with her. That's pretty fast.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. See what happens.
Stool, I have walnuts.
Is Stool in chat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
He said put food in his mouth.
Oh, he's in the Twitch side of it. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hop
Stool
on
should
Twitch
come
to
in
give you
this-
some watch hours.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any of the Twitch stuff.
Well, actually, in StreamYard, when we go over to the comments side of things, we will see comments from both Twitch and from YouTube, and there'll just be a little icon indicating where the comment came from.
Oh, that's interesting.
Did you see that, Jenny?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I see it now. I
Okay,
wasn't aware of
wait a
that.
minute. Look, there's a part 2. Hold on.
That's right. That's right, Ox.
That's why I had to show it.
I got to
to
be active with this. I can't be passive. It's been too long. It's time to action. You know.
Right, sure.
I'm talking to my local newspaper. See what I can do there.
Yeah,
I'm not. How are you?
StreamYard comments. I do the pop out chat from the YouTube.
Ah, yes.
Because in the StreamYard comments, I can't, at anyone to try and send a message to someone in the side chat.
Yes, that is correct. We can't actually comment. I usually just try to address comments verbally, but that's not always possible.
Yeah, but sometimes the side chat's having a separate conversation from what the people on the panel are talking about.
Dog said Stool and I are going to round up all the swans in the UK now that the Queen has kicked it.
Yep.
They're not the Queen's swans anymore, damn it.
Doesn't the king inherit them?
I have no idea. The joke is that every swan is hers.
Oh, it's not a joke. That's actually UK law.
It's all of them?
Yep.
Oh, I thought she had, owned her own.
No.
Oh, well, fuck me. There you go.
All
No,
swans
it's how
by
the
their
swans are
existence belong to
protected
the
in
Queen.
the UK. They all belong to the Queen.
Interesting.
So now are they all like in memory of the queen?
Sorry, birds, you're on your own now.
I'm
Cook them
under
up,
the
boys.
I would run under the assumption that the swans are property of the crown. So when the crown transfers, just property.
Well, that's why I would assume that the king inherits them.
Yeah.
I really like England's bird laws. People are allowed to keep crows and owls and stuff.
Oh, nice.
And we can't. It's unfair.
We're not allowed to keep crows? That sucks.
No, they're covered under the Migratory Bird Act. The only thing that's not covered under the Migratory Bird Act are starlings. And you can pretty much just kill them anytime you want. And as many as you want.
Well, I'm glad if that's one of the things you can do if they're not protected, then I'm glad crows are protected. Because fuck anyone who kills a crow. Screw you.
That's one of the bad things is that crows are considered a pest and get to be shot. There's parties down south that go out and have crow hunts, and each guy in it will come back with 10, 15 crows dead.
No.
It's because down there, Sabrina, it's because down there they're overpopulated. They are
talking about the
fucking
grackles?
everywhere.
No, not grackles.
No, they're crows.
Grackles migrate down to Texas from here, and when the grackles come to Texas in the winter, it's like watching the movie The Birds.
Yes,
Oh, yeah?
Sandy, I am.
I love grackles. I think they're beautiful.
I don't like them when they're in huge amounts. It's horrible. Like in Texas, they poop all over everything.
Well, in colonial times, they used to have a bounty on crows because they were such a pest to farmers. A lot of areas had requirements that a man had to bring in a dozen dead crows to get a marriage license.
Yeah, and nowadays they're not, because they are scavengers, and there is so much for them to scavenge, as opposed to digging up seeds that the farmer planted. It's just way different now.
Yeah, but if there's one thing people really hate, it's any animal that can find a way to thrive in the human cities.
Yeah, no shit. God forbid we let the animals have fun, considering we just wiped out their fucking area, neighborhood, and home and everything.
Yeah, fair. And crows are brilliant.
Yeah,
yes.
They really are.
They're considered the smartest bird.
Yep, they've done all kinds of crazy tests with crows, and they always fucking figure it out. They give them some
Don't
crazy
Canadian geese carry tuberculosis too?
I don't know.
Do they?
I think they do.
When you say that, I think I did hear it at some point, but I didn't know if there was anything behind it.
Geese, if they ever attack you, just stand your ground, grab their neck, and spin them like you're jumping rope, and they'll pretty much die.
Well, actually, I got attacked by a goose when I was a kid.
They do.
My mom had this big goose somebody gave us, and it was almost as tall as I was at 6 years old. And it decided to chase me, and it was biting the backs of my ankles.
Mm-hmm.
It got me really good a few times and ripped my skin open. And Richard's heard what was, because I was yelling, "Help!"
Yeah.
I didn't know what to do. I was in the middle of a big. There was nothing for me to run around behind. There was just nothing there, so I'm trying to run away from the fucking goose to like the tree or the barn or the house or something, And so Richard comes out, gets a hold of the goose, grabs it by its head, swings it around like you would with a kid, and then throws it on the last spin, which is like the third or fourth spin. And the goose goes up in the air and it just starts flying, and it goes down and lands. But that fucker hurt me. And Mom was like, "Oh, that bitch is going now. That's it. Nope. You ain't living in my house."
Today I saw a very, very large flock of geese heading south. That's about 2 months early. What do they know that we don't? No, grackles are not corvids.
Or is it 2 months early?
It is 2 months early.
The thing to remember about geese.
Or is it 2 months? Maybe it's starting early and they know it and we don't. That's what I was saying.
The thing to remember about geese is they are easily startled, but they will return, and in greater numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I love.
They're basically the cuckoos of the real world.
Yeah, my dog found that out once. That there were like 5 or 6 geese in her favorite field of the park, and she charged them, and they all scattered, and she thought that was great. And about 5 minutes later, 3 dozen of them were descending on us.
Oh shit!
Oh, it is heavily frowned upon here too, dog. You don't hurt swans.
Yeah, swans are not the same as geese. Yeah, swans are they're treated more like, because they don't bother anybody. They just hang out around the water like the ducks do. The geese are the ones that run around everywhere and get into shit, and they're all Canadian geese. Every single one of them.
And we're not allowed to touch them.
Nope.
They just crap so much in parks and stuff like that.
Well, personally, I love geese because they really fuck up golf courses.
And you have a problem with golf courses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a waste of goddamn space and land.
Yep.
Here's the thing, Sabrina. It's not that we necessarily hate golf courses. Everybody should have a right to play golf. But one city doesn't need like 8 or 10 of them. And then they let the city parks go to shit and everything's crappy and there's trash everywhere, but the fucking golf courses are clean.
But keep in mind, the golf courses aren't being maintained by city dollars.
The point is we need more affordable housing for people. We don't need more fucking golf courses around every major city in the United States.
Well,
if you're rich in the United States, whatever you want, there's fucking 30 of. What the people need, there's none of.
And unfortunately, in a lot of places, there are municipal golf courses that are supported by tax dollars.
Holy fuck, that pisses me off.
Yeah.
That really bothers me.
Business ecology.
Because the fucking state's making money off the fucking golfers. They just find a way. They find a way.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Where's that money going? Why isn't that going to schools or housing?
I don't know if any municipal golf courses are covered by the municipality here. I can't claim to know about that or not. But if they were, I'd be very cross with that, because the people who enjoy golf courses are not exclusively, but by and large, in a large portion of them are in the much better off members of our society.
Low-income people do not play golf. You just don't see it. So even on that level, it's a very poor use of parkland that a lot more people could get a lot more enjoyment out of if they're going to manage it.
Back in my home Milwaukee County, there's or city of Milwaukee, there's like 8 municipal golf courses.
Mm-hmm. Nice. To address the comment that Hellbound Hillbilly has here, we have a golf course that is part of our city park system. It's the only one that is open to everyone who might want to learn and play. So, and I would be more okay with this if a city is paying for the maintenance and existence of a golf course, but you don't have to pay to, like, you simply have to be a citizen of the city, or whatever other semi-reasonable restrictions.
And use it. Yeah,
you can just walk in and use it if it's a public space. Sure, okay, like sure. Not there are still some barriers to being able to play golf, but I mean, I would reasonably assume, if it's being well maintained, that they would also have like loaner clubs and things like that, so that people who really just don't have anything but can try this recreation, like, that would be nice. Maybe there is one here in Toronto, I don't know, but if there is not, that would be nice to see one. If there is, I wish I knew which one it was, so I can check it out.
The reason, though, that they charge greens fees on public golf courses is because if they didn't, the rich people would never allow them to exist. The rich people want attitude about public parks and for the riffraff is that they have to pay, because I shouldn't have to pay for their enjoyment, and they want an offsetting fee that theoretically pays for the golf course. I don't know if it does. I doubt it does, but greens fees around here are up to $40, $50, $60 a round.
Oof.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
I never looked into it. Never had any interest.
Oh, golf is great. It taught me how to swear.
Happy Gilmore like and all,
God damn.
My mom used to take me golfing. She tried to teach me, and sorry, Mom.
Didn't work out.
Working. Teaching me EKGs.
I actually would like to try golf, and Heather plays golf, but she doesn't go to like the ritziest fucking place. She doesn't care. She's not like that. she just goes wherever her friend that wants to play that day or whatever, they set it up wherever they want to go, kind of thing. She's not.
Yeah, I don't think they should allow golf courses in your part of the country because of the water demand.
Oh, I agree with that. I have lots of issues about it, honestly.
Well, golf courses are, just an environmental hazard for so many reasons. I mean, any place that you're trying to maintain a monoculture that size is going to wind up being issues. All the fertilizers and pesticides they use that wind up running off into the water table.
Long turf grass is so completely ecologically wasteful. It doesn't provide anything for the environment. It provides fertilizer for itself in terms of it's dying in the winter and rotting, but that's it. It's just completely useless for most insects and birds, and it's just a total waste.
Yep.
All yards should be changed into a prairie from green lawns.
Yeah, well, any yard should be native plants of the area you're in.
Yeah. And I admit, a nice lawn looks nice, but that's just not a trade-off I'm willing to make.
Most places here, and nobody has like a really nice lawn. The ones that do are fucking loaded ass rich, and they waste water on it. And most everybody else just has, sand and scrubby shit around their yards, like what naturally fucking grows here. And then some people just put down expensive ass, like outdoor carpet astroturf stuff. So it looks green, and they just don't have to maintain it. They're not wasting water.
Yeah, and that's okay. I mean, it's not beneficial to the environment, but it's not hurting it anyway.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. It's just, I mean, the only thing I can think of that it changes that normal grass or the sand or anything would be different with is if their dog poops on it, they clean it up and it doesn't go into the environment. Like besides that, I just can't think of anything else that it would change anything. They're saving water, so.
Well, dog poop's good for the environment.
There's more than one lion's den, unless they closed the other ones. There was like 2 or 3 in Columbus, Ohio.
So the only thing wrong with dog poop laying around too much is people don't have enough recipes.
Actually, dog poop is not good for the environment because they eat human-made food.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I
had a feeling that was
So another good thing, it's getting thrown out instead.
Well, actually, part of the problem with the dog poop is that, the environment is kind of evolved to be like lots and lots of herbivores and only a few carnivores. And what's in the poop matters. So when we've got so many more carnivores than any natural ecosystem would have, it throws off the balance of a lot of things.
I tell you what, Farron, I'm pretty damn good at putt-putt, buddy. I tell you.
Oh, I would love to play miniature golf. I haven't in such a long time.
Really?
Yeah, miniature golf is fun.
I played a couple years ago.
I've played a bit of mini golf, and in the context I usually played, it's usually indoor mini golf.
That'd be fun too.
There's like this glow in the dark mini golf place where it's all fabricated stuff, which I think is actually a perfectly reasonable way of doing it, because you don't need to waste like physical land. You can just have an indoor area. Like it's not that different from
you probably don't get it up in Canada, but have you ever seen that network program? Oh God, now I'm getting the name. It's a miniature golf game, and they set people up, for 1 or 2 different holes, and make them go through all these stunts to hurt and humiliate them. In between strokes of the ball.
This sounds definitely a series I've not watched, but like it feel like you're tapping on a really small memory of at least an advertisement I've seen before.
Somehow it sounds like a Nickelodeon game show.
I think they probably got it from Japan. Japan loves game shows that humiliate people.
Yeah, Japan's game shows are kind of
true.
They get to the point of
the Japanese game shows are very big on humiliation.
God, why can't I remember the name?
That's because their culture's all about honor.
Yeah. I'm not
okay,
pretend
so
to know much
are long
about...
Furbies good for the environment?
No.
No.
They're definitely not good for the psychological environment. That's for sure.
You people are a bunch of wimps. Furbies are cool.
No. Furbies aren't great either, but we're talking about long Furbies specifically.
Long Furbies are different. They look really creepy, Jenny. They look like freaky fucking weird all the time. Some of them have legs like spiders. Some of them have like plastic dummy hands, so they look like they have human hands. It's just weird.
Yeah, when you say long Furbies, I always think of one that looks like a centipede.
Yep. It's one of them. There's lots of varieties. I didn't even know it was a thing until Ben brought it up.
Yeah, it's all Ben's fault.
It is Ben's fault. Ben DeHo.
Ben DeHo. Ben DeHover.
Yeah, Ben is DeHo. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He admits it. It's okay. We're not saying anything he doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I mean, at least he's a handsome ho, but.
Sabrina's like, "Hey, how you doing?"
You know, it's kind of funny for me. Like, I present myself as someone who's predominantly attracted to women, yet it seems like I'm always flirting with the trans men for the most part. I also flirt with BB a lot, but that's a different kind of relationship. That's a special one.
Well, you know why? Oh yeah, that's a different thing.
I know why. What?
Trans men make the best boyfriends, right?
Tell me. I think I've heard you say this, but tell me.
Because we've already been there. We know what feels good, and we know where all the parts are.
Mm-hmm. I've heard basically about the same thing said about trans girls.
Yeah, exactly. It's true. But that's like my brother, the gay one. He was like, "Well, of course a man would suck a dick better." And I'm like, "Yeah, I guess you're right, right?" This is before I came out being gay, and I thought about it. I was like, "I'm gonna be a really good pussy licker."
I've heard it said that lesbians are a threat to men because they can't ever compete like with a lesbian.
It's not even true. The problem that men have with lesbians, because I asked a bunch of guys I knew, and after I came out as being gay, and they said, a couple of them said, "You want to know the truth?" And I said, "Yeah." And they both said basically the same thing. I know how to compete with a guy, and I can beat a guy's ass if he's after my woman. We don't know what to do with women taking our women. We just don't know how to handle it. So we're freaked out by it. That's what they told me. Yep.
Haha.
Well,
yeah. And they also say that.
Sadie, or not Sadie. You know what you're doing, Sabrina.
Yeah.
That's another thing to watch out for. That might surprise you as you go through HRT. At some point, you might find your attraction to whoever changing.
Yes.
I mean, I've already seen it change, but I mean, some of this change just came from me coming out, and I guess I was more comfortable with identifying as pan rather than straight with an asterisk, which is what I called myself before I came out as before I decided I was a woman or realized I was a woman, and then I was like transbian with an asterisk briefly, but I'm just like pan because whatever. I like people.
Right.
I'm just. So far, there's not too many cis guys who do it for me, but it's not zero. It's a non-zero number, as far as that's concerned. Anybody who's seen me interact with secular rarity knows that there are cis guys that I'm attracted to.
I have a really weird HRT history. I started it in 1980, but because of insurance and just being a poor person, I wasn't always able to afford it. So I had this very spotty on and off history of, on it for a year, off of it for 2 years, on of it for 6 months, off of it for 6 months. And that proceeded all the way through till just recently. About 5 years ago, I started finally being able to get it full time every day.
Nice.
Without interruption. And so it was like a second transition. And it went, I was absolutely, and I still am absolutely only interested in a woman as somebody who I would settle down with. But all of a sudden, a couple years ago, I just realized that I have to get parked by some guy really, really, really bad.
Why do men feel they're left out with lesbians when lesbians don't want to be with men? There's plenty of other women that want to be with men.
Because
I'm asking Ox the question because he said something.
Yeah, but with what Jenny was just saying, that's, men are fun for sex, but you don't really want to keep them around 24 hours a day. They get annoying.
Speak for yourself.
All right, guys. So it is right now 5 till 6. So Atheist Edge is going to start in a few minutes. I am right now putting the YouTube link in the chat, so you guys can. That's a link you gave
No,
me.
he isn't.
What?
If you go to the link for Atheist Edge, it says starting in 64 minutes.
You
What
changed
time
it again?
What time are they supposed to start?
8 Eastern.
It's only, I guess it is 8 in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's 8 Eastern.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, it looks like he's back to 8 Central.
Which is in an hour.
All right. Well,
maybe he forgot to change. Maybe he forgot to change the actual time in there, and he should be starting soon. But
no, because it was at 7 before. It's been changed back.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Changed it once and he changed it back. And by the way, if anybody wants to go in and talk with them in purple or him in purple, right now he only has him in purple if I don't go, and I'm effing tired and I really don't want to do it. I'm worthless right now. I'm just listening to you guys.
It's a mass cell, Farron.
It's a specific topic, isn't it?
He was asking me what the thing is behind me. It's a mass cell.
Which makes sense considering you're the math cell geek.
Yeah. Actually, for Atheist Edge, we were going to go through a couple of topics. We're going to start with homelessness, and he wanted to talk a bit about the death of the Queen, and then he had something about polio and something about Solomon Rushdie.
Well, it was the last part. He called it religious retrograde.
Okay.
That would probably be Sadie because nobody else has young children in their houses. Nobody has children except.
I have
Sadie.
a child in another room that's talking to a friend.
Yeah, the only child in my apartment is this one.
Right.
So I apologize if there's a little bit of a noise.
My 2 youngest ones are in college now, so I don't have any more to deal with.
They're not screaming though; they're talking.
Well, you have to remember too, Sadie, that we have people in here that are very, very sensitive to like screaming, yelling, loud music. They have like issues.
Raised voices is enough for some people.
Well, that's why I turned down my mic.
No, it's cool. Like we're not saying this is a criticism, just sort of like this is why someone noticed.
Yeah.
Don't take it wrong. It's just like it's screaming. That's what it sounds like to her.
Stool is fixing his potato. So Stool, can you run a stream for an hour then until Atheist Edge starts?
Yeah, Stool, you want to run a stream?
I could potentially run a stream too.
Yeah, I think we need somebody to fill in for an hour here.
I mean, I could do it because you guys are just carrying it. I just can't do anything. I can't get into a big conversation right now. You guys are doing fine. Just keep talking.
I couldn't find any buddy that was streaming last night. Who was streaming last night?
He's on BB's Twitch.
Oh, I didn't see. Because I'm
BB
probably
did a
not
16-hour stream.
I didn't see the link for it, and I don't know.
Yeah.
On her Twitch.
See, that's the one mistake that the organizing of the event makes, is that for each thing there should be an absolutely specific click on address for people to go to watch it. It's not enough to say it's on BB's Twitch.
Yeah, because if they're not following
follow
these
her
people,
and
they
don't
won't
know
find
her
them.
and don't even know Twitch.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know.
Well, I wasn't the one who did the final. Here's the list.
Oh, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
needs
that's
to be
why I
clickable.
Yeah, doing the Christmas live streams. That you need a schedule that's got all the links in it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I had was I was out over the road with someone who was making my days miserable, and I wasn't sleeping at night. So, no, I'm not a lightweight dog. I can usually take it. I've done this before with Purple and Jenny and all kinds of other people in the community. It's just that I don't know if it's the full moon or what's going on. 2 people went in the hospital like yesterday or the day before. One was the day before, one was yesterday. And I didn't sleep for like 3 days before that happened. Or no, it was on the same day. They both went in the hospital the same day. Anyways, I couldn't sleep for like 3 fucking days. I was sleeping like 4 hours, 5 hours, 4.5 hours. So I slept 15 hours in 3 fucking days. And I just came into this already tired. And then I kicked my own ass last night and stayed up from midnight till 6 a.m. So,
yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, you know, and in spite
No,
of
Ox,
everything,
I'm Italian. I can make it. I can make concrete shoes. Go ahead, Perps.
In spite of everything, we still got over 5,000. So.
Mm-hmm. We're really fucking close. Have you checked recently, Perps?
Yeah, it's still at 5,100.
Okay.
That's good.
Gee, could I?
Atheist Edge will be a good clincher.
Could I have 100 to buy a new dress?
Jenny.
By the way, if anybody would like to shift the focus of the stream, I can always share my screen and people can watch me play Hades right now if people would.
While we bullshit, sure, do it.
Okay,
let people watch that while we're all talking. Something to look at, except for besides a couple of icons of my ugly ass.
Okay, shift tab. That's what I want to do. Share screen. And I guess
I'm just kidding. I know I'm handsome. Nobody laughed when I said ugly ass, so I had to go the other way with it, try to get a laugh.
Dog says Jenny is better talking in general. I've been on the receiving end when she goes all personal. Sniff. Still receiving trauma therapy.
Who the fuck said that?
Dog.
Oh. Yeah, I've gone after Dog a few times.
Yeah. You've done that to quite a few people a few times.
It's been about a month since I last played, so pardon me?
Are you playing the game?
Yeah, I'm playing right now. I already have it.
What is the game?
This is Hades. It's a action brawler kind of thing, isometric. The story is you're playing as Zagreus, who is the son of Hades, and you're trying to escape from his realm. And you're going through random rooms where you fight enemies, and then you can get certain power-ups. You can also encounter and get boons from some of the Olympian gods who are trying to help you get out of. They can't interfere directly by actually coming into Hades, because that would be a huge breach of I don't know, god separation stuff. But they can at least give you special powers to make your fights a little bit easier. So I got a boon from Zeus, which whenever I make an attack against an enemy, then I shoot out a little bolt of lightning that deals some extra damage to them. Just upgraded that. And hold on, hide. And then of course that happens. There we go. Oh, damn it. Do I want to go see Chaos, or do I want to try this challenge? I'm using the shield.
Okay, so Kaz from Atheist Edge said they have a bunch of stuff ready, set up. It's just more needs people to go in and react and talk about it. So if anybody's interested in doing that.
Okay. So
Purple has the link, so let Purple know. Yeah, it says in there 70 minutes or so, and that was, Yep.
Yes. Didn't screw it up this time.
Kaz put a tweet out with the fundraiser stuff on it.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, that was nice.
I posted my video that I did on 9/11. It's not very good. Like, the animation isn't like the best because it's like my first animation class.
Damn brute. There we go. Yeah. As I say, I made the basic premise of the story. So, like, you're trying to escape from hell, basically, or from Hades' domain. And the thing is, you can die. But where do people go when they die? You're already there. And so you basically get it, rather than die, you just get sent back to the beginning because you're a god.
Oh, okay.
Died. Yeah. So it's like that is never permanent for Zagreus because he's already in hell, or the hell equivalent, that is.
Right.
So you basically end up going back to like the. I mean, I guess I'll show. You'll see when I die or when I finish a run. But yeah, so you go back to the main place, and some of the characters you fight as bosses throughout the dungeon spaces also show up in the main house. It's like, sorry about beating you up earlier, kind of thing. And it's a little awkward at first, but then it gets quite funny. So like, let's see, Dionysus or Poseidon. Whose boon should I go for?
Sandy said, where do you go? To the funeral home or the crematorium in her case?
And you just go down to the end of the river Styx. Oh, and Karen does show up in this Charon, by the way, not talking about like
Is there Cerberus?
Oh, Cerberus, yes, Cerberus is Cerberus is the hound of Hades. Cerberus is treated like the family pet dog. Like he's still huge. He's still huge and intimidating, but like when Zagreus goes up to him, he just like gives him pets and everything. It's adorable.
Cerberus had 9 heads.
I thought it was 3.
Or was it 5?
3.
No, Cerberus only had 3 heads.
As long as it's multiple, that's important.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's a decent thing.
Of course, the big question with Cerberus is, why was there only 1?
The others were eaten. It was a spontaneous mutation.
I just saw that, Ox, and I didn't know if I should watch it now or later. Oh, it's only 12 seconds. Hold on.
Cerberus was when Scotty was just learning how to use the teleporter.
Of course.
That was one of my favorite episodes or portions of episodes that spanned a couple of the Star Trek series Enterprise. Was that the transporter was brand new technology to them, and so everybody had a relatively healthy fear of it. And until it, they finally had an episode where it not only did its job, it saved their lives. And then everybody loved it from there on. But it was just pretty good. They addressed it very well.
Yeah.
I should use the other abilities.
Yeah, that's
weird.
Well. It's actually a cool video. It's like shows a door and the door gets hit and it starts splintering. Then you see a weird eye in the hole. And it busts its head through, and it's a bull for Ox. So somebody made it and sent it to him. He doesn't know who it is. But Kyle, I put a link in the Trivia Crew chat if you want to come in. Yeah, we does, but it kind of. I think that might be somebody like Commander 401, because if you have become buddies with him, he will send you. He'll show you random stuff, or sometimes he'll just make something for somebody because he likes them. He's just a nice guy.
I wonder what kind of fish would I catch in the River Styx?
I don't know if I'd want to see that fish, but I'm game.
Obviously, you'll get fish sticks.
Purple
hellfish.
Yep.
You need to be exterminated.
Man, that was original, a hellfish.
I think homemade ramen sounds really good for dinner.
You make your own noodles?
No.
Oh.
I make the ramen part. Like I make
the broth?
The broth, yeah.
The seasoning broth. Yep.
Yeah. And then you just use regular ramen noodles. That's all you use. But I
always just take whatever kind of ramen noodles I like and I add stuff to it to make it into like a meal.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I've
been taking cans of chicken breast with me to work to put in with the ramen noodles, and I got the high end like rice noodles that have that are in the Asian section, the good ones. Mm-hmm. And those are fucking good, man. You throw some chicken in there and you eat one of those bowls, you're like, oh, I mean,
you know what's really good? I cut up pork belly and I saute it so it gets crispy, seared, and then I put bone. I use bone broth and miso and paste, and then some mushrooms, and just let that simmer for a little while, and then you want garlic and ginger and all of some 5 spice.
Okay, now for the boss of the first place. I have to fight against. Okay, so it's Electo and Megara. No, Electo and Tisiphone.
And then after I throw the noodles in, and then I put the bean sprouts in, the veggies towards the end, and then they're nice and that's good.
Cook the noodles in a soup, drain the soup, butter the noodles while dropping an egg into the leftover broth to make egg drop soup.
Yep.
Oh, making egg drop soup with ramen noodles is kind of like nice cheap food.
This is awesome. I got another stoner here now, man. What's up, bro?
What's going on?
Hey, Kyle.
You take a pack of ramen, you take some frozen mixed veggies, you take some leftover chicken breasts, and you got a pretty decent soup.
Oh yeah, that's what I do it all the time. I did that when I was poor.
You take a package of ramen, you open it up, you take the spice or broth pack, you throw it away, and then you take the ramen noodles over to a board, and it works just like 80 grit. Just back and forth, back and forth.
Saying that board right down, baby. Oh, Jenny, you kill me.
I've seen where they use ramen noodles to fill in stuff, and then they resin it, and sand it down.
Okay. I mean, it's just starch.
It is, yeah.
It's
they
just
use
starch.
It to fill holes in on
it's
tables
flour.
and stuff. Yeah.
It's no different. It's really no different than spaghetti. It's just made differently, and it's stuck like that till you cook it. You know. I mean, some of them, the Asian ones, and I go into the Mexican section, and I get their ramen noodles too, because they have the spice packets are really fucking good in those. Really good spice packets. They're not like the cheap, what is that? What's that company that makes the ramen noodles?
Noodle?
Marchuan or Nissan?
Yeah, Maruchan. That's what I call it. Maruchan. Okay. Yeah, so those are like the basic spice packets, and everybody gets those. Those are the cheapest ones, but I'd rather just get the better ones with the better spice packets and just throw some cheap chicken breast.
Those spice packets, you can make a cheap ass gravy out of those things.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You make your roux, and then you use them as the seasoning, and you get a cup or two of beef gravy or chicken gravy. And
yeah, that's smart. Yeah, sure you could. Sure you could. Yeah. I mean, you think about it. That's all you're doing with gravy. You're just throwing flavoring in with flour and water and stuff. There's cornstarch and water, right?
I hear your kitty back.
Yeah, he already got the TREATs and he wants more.
He sounds so cute.
Yeah,
No.
I've got to run here. Sloth Girl's fever is spiking again. It looks like we may be going to the hospital.
Oh no.
Here's my boy.
Let us know how she is, please, Perps, if you get a chance.
Well, yeah, if we do, I'm sure it will be all night at the emergency room, but
yeah, I know.
So, yeah, let Chaz know I'm not going to be able to make it then.
Okay, I'll message him. I'll let him know.
Perp, give Sloth Girl a big kiss for me. Oh,
Freddy's loud when he purrs. I'm sorry if you can hear him purring. He's loud. Can you hear him?
I'm so mad that Sloth Girl has this cancer. It just cancer sucks so bad, and it always seems to hit the people who are the kindest, specialist, most gentle, good people on earth. And it just makes me livid when somebody like Sloth Girl gets cancer. Why can't it be Trump?
You know? I don't know. It's always the good people, Joe.
Yeah,
we know that.
Exactly.
Always is. It's people that worked hard and cared and loved each other and blah blah blah. Except for the assholes.
You know what they say? This here's a fallen world.
Yeah. This year's, anyways. On a serious note, real quick, since Purple can't go on that stream, that would mean I have to go because I'd be the only one left to be on it with Kaz. Does anybody want to go talk about random? He's just going to bring up random topics or some topics and show some videos and stuff, and it's just a react, talk to him about it thing. Does anybody want to do it?
I can do that.
One or two people. Seriously. Who?
Sabrina.
How long? Okay. How long of a show?
I think he only does like an hour, maybe an hour and a half max. Maybe like an hour typically.
When are we done with the?
Well, it's not
45 minutes.
Correct?
No, I'm with the whole thing. The fundraiser.
At the top of the hour, it starts. I'm sorry, Sadie.
Right. I can come in if it's not.
After Kaz is done with that stream. Okay. So I don't know how long they're going for, but you could always leave and just say, "Hey, I can only come in for so long." So
yeah,
who wants to do it, and I'll let them know.
Okay, 2 hours is my limit.
Okay.
I'll probably go into the comments section. I'm pretty tired too.
Hold on.
I have a test tomorrow.
Shit.
Oh, nice. Thanatos.
What's your? Isn't it Sabrina Pharmacy Sabrina?
Pharmacy Sabrina. If you're talking about Twitter, I know you messaged me recently.
Yeah. I was just making sure I was typing it in right. I'm tired.
This game is very flashy.
It is very flashy. To be frank, I am mostly button mashing, but with a bit of a focus to it. I'm not just completely being lazy.
So you're not like me with Mortal Kombat.
Oh, that's how I win Mortal Kombat. I just
it's slightly more tenable. It's slightly more tenable to button mash, but you have to know. Part of it is the macro, choosing abilities that match that kind of play style. So there's certain weapons I can use which would not be conducive to button mashing. It just so happens that I generally like this kind of play style, so I usually form my abilities to fit that play style.
Yeah.
Sabrina, the first computer, you're a computer junkie, I can tell. The first computer game I ever played was a text version of Lunar Lander on an Apple One.
Oh, I remember old text games.
How's that for old?
Pretty.
Fuck.
Freddy's a love bug.
Cool. 3 dashes. I would have liked more,
I'm
but
getting
that's fine.
attacked. Right, Freddy.
Okay, as soon as I can find you guys here.
If this shows the generational gap here, my first video game was on the PlayStation 1.
Oh, Jesus.
It was
There you go,
Driver
Jenny.
San Francisco.
I really like the bar version of Lunar Lander. And it just it's fed my space junkie needs. And it was a game more of delicate touch in that than shooting them up bang bang. And so it just felt better for me.
All right, I sent those
I'm gonna
links
die.
to.
I'm gonna die.
I sent the StreamYard link, Sabrina and Jenny, to both of you, and then told Kaz that you want to come on and talk with him.
Okay, and that's
That's all I
in
said.
40 minutes from now, about?
Yeah, top of the hour. He said. Actually, he just got back to me and said, "Awesome."
There we go.
So that's a big thank you right
So
there.
8 o'clock Central.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
39 minutes from right now.
Yeah, 9 Eastern for me.
Yes, it is.
How many of us live on Eastern?
I live on Central.
Are you on Eastern as well? I think you are.
7, 8,
I am, yes.
I'm in Central.
13.
Well, I was just wondering because speaking of space, there's a solar eclipse coming up in 2024 right across the heart of the U.S.
No shit.
Yeah, the area of totality passes right over my town, and I'll get to.
It's basically the same areas, some of the same areas that got the totality last time. Carbondale, Illinois area are going to get it again in 24.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Air.
Oh, if you've
What are
never
you
been,
doing,
you absolutely
brother?
must go to one. It is just the coolest experience ever.
Good night, Sandy. Hope you feel better.
I
Go
would,
ahead.
I'd never been to one, and I expected it to get dark. Like it shows on the movies and stuff, and it does not get dark. It gets like Twilight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
What does happen was the most shocking thing that happened to me that I did not expect at all is when the sun finally completely disappears. Within a little bit, you feel the temperature of the earth drop.
Whoa.
You get colder. And I was there. It was like 90 degrees on that day, and it dropped to like 60 degrees almost.
Whoa.
Instantly. And then comes back up when it comes out, of course. It was like, wow.
Yeah,
Really
my next
That's
planned
really cool, Sabrina.
my next planned mushroom trip is on that day.
Oh, that would be a neat day.
Yeah, I have it planned so the peak happens right at totality.
Look, everybody read this.
I was challenged by an astronomy junkie and physicist to try to set up and do the double slit experiment under the light of the eclipse, and see if it changed it at all. I failed at setting the experiment up right, but I tried.
Jenny, did you read this?
No, let's see.
Jenny, you don't know Air?
Huh?
AERR, Air.
No,
You know
I
him?
don't.
Oh, okay. He hangs out with Neil and Mikey and Paul Kohler and all those guys. So he's on that side of the community, but he comes over and hangs out with us sometimes. So welcome, Air. Air's a really good dude.
What capture card do you have, Sabrina?
I'm not using a capture card.
What are you using?
Like this is a PC game.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like on a screen, like a Switch or something.
No, I mean this game is on the Switch, and I don't have I'm looking into getting the capture card for my Switch, because I have a lot of games there that I want to stream. But yeah, this I have on PC, so I'm just screen sharing. Oh, perfect! I needed this. I needed this event.
The only computer game I play is PUBG because it runs on the phone and it's free.
I play RuneScape because I'm stuck in 2007.
Hey, that was one of the few games I actually played well. Seriously, I suck at like action shooting games. I'm just horrible with the fucking controller, and I don't know why.
By the way, one thing I'd like to say about this particular game, Hades, is that while it doesn't shove it in your face, it's pretty LGBT positive. So here we have Patroclus and Achilles, and the implication that they're like a gay life partners is very strong. Zagreus himself is bisexual, and there's a few other little nods here and there for various different things. Zagreus is in a poly relationship with Thanatos and Megara. Thanatos, the god of death, and Megara, the Fury. I love it.
One thing I like about Metroids is Samus is actually a woman. Yep. I like the new Metroids. I got it on my Switch.
So when do we encounter Kratos?
Not in this.
Damn.
Ares is still the god of war in this context. Well, I should say Ares and Athena are still the gods of war. They're just gods of different war. Athena is the goddess of tactical warfare, among other things. Like she has a few titles, but one of them is tactical warfare.
I want this game, but Norse mythology.
What's the best capture
pretty
card
neat
for Nintendo?
I know a lot more about Norse than I do about Greek.
Mm-hmm. I do know that, like, while they obviously injected their own story into this and everything like that, as far as some like the little details, they do have a ton of nods to the mythology. In fact, one thing about mythology is that there are going to be stories that like can't technically be true simultaneously because there are some like contradictory things, and so there's not too much myth about Zagreus himself, which is actually why they chose him, because he was kind of a slightly blanker slate that they could like make a character out of, so to speak. But they still made use of some of the myths. For one thing, the fact that his feet are on fire constantly, and he has like singed, like his footfalls are always like singe the ground kind of thing. God damn it, Asterius, screw you. But what they do is, for some of the myths that they don't use, like there's one myth which is it insinuates that Zagreus and Dionysus are the same god. There's another character. See, Orpheus is a character who shows up in here. He's the court musician for the House of Hades, and there are times where Zagreus will come and talk to him and tell tall tales about his own personal exploits. But all these tall tales are references to myth about Zagreus that was not used as his primary characterization. So they still have this nod to the myths that weren't used by the tall tales that Zagreus tells about himself. And ironically, one of the few stories he tells him, which is actually true in the story, is the only one he doesn't believe. Dash freaking hit, special causes.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I was talking to you. I said, now that's funny. Of course, it's the one you don't realize. Well, that's life, isn't it?
I'm probably going to fail this run, but we'll see.
I'm opening up the windows for the owls.
I got lucky. Let's see. So I'm probably going to struggle against the heroes. I might get lucky, though.
It says I need a Nintendo Switch's I need an HDMI import is what I need.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, I guess that's one way I can do it.
If I want to hook up a switch to my computer, you can do it without a capture card via an HDMI import. But it's hard
Yeah,
to
so
find.
if you have a video card that allows you to put an HDMI inputs into it, then you don't even need to bother. But mind you, that basically is a capture card by some variety. It's just not an extra capture card.
But where I don't know where you'd find an import for.
Well, not all video cards would necessarily have one.
Yeah, you have to get one that hooks up to the computer.
Or can be a component within the computer.
Yeah, I don't.
Air, you might have gotten connected to Jenny through like either Neil and Mikey or what's the other one that you watch that she's in with? Fuck, I can't remember right now. There's another one too, another channel you two have in common. So you probably just bumped into her somewhere.
And maybe not. You never know.
Maybe not. No, he said he follows you on Twitter, so he must have bumped into you somewhere. So I said, well, maybe it was, yeah.
Am I an asshole on Twitter?
I don't think you're
isn't an asshole on Twitter.
I'm not.
Fair enough.
I just avoid the toxicity, and I don't have to be an asshole.
Nope.
And I don't have to worry about all the bullshit they're saying, because we all know it's bullshit anyways, but they're never going to believe me, so why bother? Yeah,
I mean,
yes,
honestly, all I do on Twitter is follow you guys, flirt with trans guys, and have fun discussions with trans girls.
Right.
I just post my shower thoughts.
Your what?
My shower thoughts.
You posted your shower thoughts?
Do you not know what
Twitter?
a shower thought is?
Is that on Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not over there right now. I'll have to check it out later.
Oh, it was from yesterday. It was talking about how there's a species of jellyfish that's biologically immortal, and it pisses me off.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but then you have to be a jellyfish, you know? That's not very good.
Have you ever asked one?
Oh, man.
No, but they just look awful, so.
Oh.
I just don't want to. I don't want to spend $180 on a capture card.
Why would a jellyfish need a capture card?
It's a
I was
different
talking
conversation.
to the people in the we were talking about capture cards in the chat.
I'm just messing around.
Two simultaneous conversations. Delightful.
I don't know. I don't understand it. What Hellbound Hillbilly is talking about. So you just like hook up that thing to the TV? How do you stream on your TV though?
Don't you just connect a fucking cord to it?
To stream?
Or cast to it?
I don't have a thing on my TV.
Huh?
I don't have a video on my TV or a camera.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Use your TV as a monitor. That's what I did. I have a TV sitting here behind me I was using for a monitor for a long time. And then I bought two monitors, and now one doesn't work. I'm thinking about putting the TV back up.
No, that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about a capture device so I could play my video games on Twitch.
Oh, I don't know.
It's not as simple as just hooking the TV up, because it's like you still have to have that video input. You need to have some sort of video input on the computer.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know. I've never tried to stream anything to Twitch except for what I'm doing right now, so I don't have a clue.
I don't see
why. You know, I came out as trans last year. I changed everything. I put everything on Twitter and everything. And ever since then, I get about 3 times a week, I have some slutty looking chick with some innuendo name on Twitter sending me a DM saying, hey, you know, like I'm a sugar daddy or something. I don't know what they think.
Okay, I'll stop doing that.
They're fucking wrong. It's Jenny. It happens all the time. You don't even have time to keep up with that. It happens so much. Jesus.
Well, they're usually bots too.
Well, I'm sure they are, but I'm like, what the? I didn't get that shit before. Before I came out as trans, I never got any of that. It's like if you change it, you know, put on your F to M, they're like, hey, baby, you know? What the fuck?
Oh, crap. I'm going to be screwed. Yeah, this is definitely a loss to Theseus. Like, fucking Theseus. What a toad, like, honestly. Why did I have to lose to Theseus? Oh. Because I was being careless again. That's why.
Hellbound Hillbilly said that Avermedia 2 Plus is the thing to get, and that it goes between your Switch and your TV and also plugs into your computer.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that's like more complicated, because would you actually like be looking at your TV or your computer while you're streaming?
Oh, does someone want to watch me pet Cerberus?
Well, what he's saying is it hooks up to all 3, so you can use it in any way you want.
I know,
instead of having to unplug and replug things.
No, but how do I stream? Like, what device is streaming on Twitch? Is it the computer?
The device we're going to be streaming on Twitch is going to be like.
Would I be playing the game on my TV while streaming on my computer?
Theoretically, you can do that.
That sounds complicated.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Because I would.
The better option. Do you have multiple? Okay. First question: do you have multiple monitors?
I have 2 monitors.
We're leaving in 25.
You don't need to bother with the television. You can, if you have something, if you have a way of getting an like HDMI input into the computer, you can basically run it through one of the displays and then use the other display for like OBS or whatever service you're using, and have it capture that input, and you play on one of the monitors. It's almost the same as playing a PC game, except you just happen to have the input for your Switch going into the computer. There'd be no point using a TV unless you really like the TV.
I have a Microsoft Surface Studio, and it has very few ports, so like it has to be as simple as possible, because like I wouldn't be able to plug in.
You shouldn't be
the monitor.
Okay. I know there's external. I know there's external capture cards. They're generally, you get less bang for your. My understanding is you get less bang for your buck in general when it comes to external peripherals, rather than the stuff that you'd actually install inside the computer, and you wouldn't be able to do that with the Surface.
My computer.
Yeah.
Microsoft Surface Studio does not have that ability, and I wouldn't be able to plug in the monitor and the Switch into my computer because there's not.
Well, they would use a separate input anyway. Because one's an input, one's an output. Like, you wouldn't be using the same port for that because, again, input and output. The likeliest situation to get anything, but again, it's not going to be the most elegant way, is there are external capture cards which would go into like a USB port kind of thing. And then it would be like, it's just, you're not going to get the best quality out of that. But like, you're in a situation where you can't get the best quality. You're using a Surface. And I'm not saying it's necessarily an indictment of Surface Pros. It's just like that is not the setup that is conducive. That is the most conducive to what you're wanting to do.
Yeah. So like, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to plug the Switch into my computer and play the game on my computer monitor.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, what we described will definitely be doable.
But you're not speaking my language, so I'm not up to par with what you just said. It's like you're speaking Greek.
You need, as I say, you just need a device. Plug into the USB. You know what I mean when I say USB? Like, that's not too good.
I have a USB-C slot, and right now I have a monitor plugged into it with a a USB to HDMI converter.
Okay, so you're right. Of course, the Surface wouldn't even have an extra.
It has a USB-C port for HDMI.
Does it only have one USB port? Is that it?
It has
like
one.
You don't
USB-C
have any extras.
Port. It has one USB-C port. It has.
Do you have like a USB-A, like
yeah,
old school USB?
Like the mouse and the keyboard.
So they're all full.
Pretty much. So like, but I do have a USB-C adapter for my HDMI, so I can have an external monitor, and that's how I'm. So I have a second monitor, and it's plugged into the USB-C.
So what I'm wanting to be clear on, are all your USB ports currently in use?
Pretty much.
Then unfortunately...
Well, I would just plug it into the USB-C port, because I don't need, if I was playing my computer, playing the Switch on my computer,
so you'd remove the extra display then?
Yeah, the extra display.
That's
and just like plug the Switch into that spot. And then I could just play the Switch game on my regular computer.
Yeah, I guess that's probably doable.
Because my computer monitor is 27 inches, so like that's good. I don't need to have.
Did you miss me?
Monitor. Yeah, we missed you.
I knew it.
We held down the fort, kept it going.
Thank you so much.
I will tell you back, my aim is getting better.
And I had to kick Stool off because he was swearing.
My aim is getting better.
Well, you haven't heard that joke? It's like, I miss my ex-wife, but my aim is getting better.
Yeah. Oh, I know. That's why I said, my aim is getting better.
What kind of a kitchen is that? That's cool.
This is... I was going to say, this is Hell's Kitchen. No, it's technically not Hell, because Hell and Hades are distinct conceptual places. They get conflated too much, actually.
Yeah, the other night... I think the other night is what did me in, because I stayed up with Ben until 4 because he was really drunk and he was trying to keep the stream going. So
Friday night? Yeah.
Yeah, and I had chemistry homework to do. I said, okay, I will stay online and we'll chat. I'll work on chemistry while you cook in your kitchen. And it was funny because like he was having trouble like navigating the kitchen and he kept dropping eggs all over the place.
Wow.
And then Deb, somebody's really going. And then
We're getting a lot of background noise from somebody right now.
Yeah.
It's probably me.
It's probably your air conditioner or your fan.
It's probably my fan.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's been on this entire time. And nothing has been moved or changed. No, it didn't.
It's quieter.
It's like it suddenly got.
I'm kidding. It did. I turned off my AC.
Yeah.
And so the fan has more power when the AC. Anyways, long story.
I had taken a gummy, so when I take gummies, chemistry is way more fun.
I bet. I can see that.
I can do it without thinking about it too much. And then Deb got on, so I didn't like join into their like stream. I just like chatted with them in the section, and I think it was Jenny and Deb were talking, and then somebody else jumped in, but I can't remember who it was. I'm trying to think of who else was talking to Jen. I heard it might have been Steph.
Oh, okay. Well, whichever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But I think that's what did me in this weekend was staying up on Friday night because I was so tired today, and it was like 2:00, and we were gonna go at 3, and I was at the register, and I had to go sit in the back, and I was like, I need to sit down because like my heart was racing. I was so tired, and so then my boss is like, you can just go. So I went home.
Right.
I got a new watch and it has like the heart rate thing on it and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you were telling me about that.
I got
you didn't have a way to charge it, but you get your charger taken care of? Okay.
I just plugged it into I had to unplug my monitor to charge it. I just need to get a USB-C splitter. So I can have things plugged in. See, like my new band, it's rainbows, and I have a medical alert on
Sorry,
the side
hold
of.
on.
I have a medical alert thing that I put on the side of it. It's kind of cool.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah. So like it just says that I have EpiPens in my backpack.
Right.
After my incident the other day at work.
So the YouTube link to the Atheist Edge stream, I just put it in the chat. So
Yes,
everybody in 15 minutes, feel free to hop over there, and Kaz will be starting. And I'm going to be in the chat and put the link in and stuff and keep everybody updated on the total and all that for the fundraiser part of it to help Kaz out. And hopefully I'll stay awake long enough to do it.
I'm going to stop playing now, since I won't be able to do another run without going over. So I'm going to I'll be ready to hop over in a few minutes.
Chemically enhanced chemistry studies.
Hello.
I heard kids at Beck's house. Somebody's cooking in my house. What are you eating, Sabrina?
Stir fry.
Ah, sounds good.
Mom was nice enough to bring it into me, so I was very happy.
Mm-hmm. I showed my kiddo your little doctor on your when you shut off your screen, your little icon. Your
oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this icon, but I can't use it very much. I shouldn't be using it, honestly. I don't feel like I should be using it here either. Just because yeah, well no. I shouldn't be using it because I don't have permission from the artist to use it in a commercial. Like this is like I grabbed it back before I was doing streaming stuff, and so this is just more of a like random, like most of us, like if we want a profile picture, we'll just grab one off the internet. We search something cute.
My kid to draw you one. My kid will draw you one.
I certainly wouldn't mind that.
And then you can use it.
Well, basically what I have done is the artist who made that, I have gone onto their like email list so that I'll get an email when their commissions open up next. I'll commission them to make me one personalized that I can then use. So I can pay them to do it because like I really like their. I mean, there's a few people, but I really like their art. But there's a few people whose art has caught my eye. But like because I've fallen in love with this design, I'm like I can't get someone else to remake this. I'm like I should get the artist who originally inspired my love of the image to make me my own personalized one. And I would basically tell them I just want something similar to your cute death doctor.
Yeah, I'll show you one that my kid drew. It's good. This is the one my kid drew.
Ooh, I like.
Pretty good.
That is pretty damn good.
Yeah, I sat there and watched them do it, and I have my computer's a touch screen, so they.
I can't do that shit.
They did it with their finger on my computer.
Wow.
Who did that?
Wow.
My kid.
Her kid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maya.
It's incredible.
Yep, she's really good. I'll show you the picture that got her in trouble at school.
Oh, goody.
Yes, Hellbound Hillbilly caught that. The bowl that I'm using has a bunch of pasta names along the edge.
Oh, the bowl lies. I see.
Oh, here's another one that she drew.
Wow.
She's really good.
Holy shit. How old is she?
Well, she's 13 now, but she was pretty young. Here's another one.
Jesus.
She's really good with people.
She actually knows the word noir.
Noir.
Yeah.
I think it was used in the series.
I'll find one more that's really good. Oh, I'll show
I
you.
want to see the one that got her in trouble.
My other kid drew some pictures too.
Oh yeah, I do want to see the one that got into trouble.
Who doesn't?
I mean, I know I've already seen it, but I want to see it again.
I don't think I showed it to you guys on here.
Did you
though,
not?
So I think I showed you on my phone, which maybe wasn't that great.
Hmm.
Okay, 10 minutes and we're heading over there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
all you crazy people.
I got involved in this TV show, a true crime kind of show. It's about this woman who came down with thallium poisoning, which is like,
really?
What? Thallium is so rare. And
how the hell did that happen?
And so deadly. Well, it's turning out that her husband did it.
Oh.
And they're just going through how they actually nabbed the husband, how they found the evidence and stuff.
Oh, here it is.
That's crazy. You guys might want to go in 5 minutes anyways, just so Kaz won't panic thinking he has no guests.
Okay, I'm sharing the one that got them in trouble at school. They got in trouble because they were touching the other one's butt and kissing.
Oh, that's such
and
bullshit.
She was in second grade.
It's a freaking cartoon.
Right.
They're not touching
it
butts.
Says
they're
first
touching
kiss.
Mall of the back.
Isn't this cute too? Like they're in this. It's like
It really
is. One of them in the sunlight or in the.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice the two in the background there.
And they're like, and I was like, why is she getting in trouble for this? And they said, oh, because they're kissing. I said, I'm like, and we can't condone that. I'm like, people kiss all the time in front of their kids. I'm like, maybe if the kids affectionate between their parents.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, my parents would kiss in front of us all the time.
Yeah. My mom always kissed all of us she'd kiss us right here on the corner of our mouths.
Yeah, and then there was a time she slipped me the tongue and
ew. Jenny.
Oh, delightful.
Just kidding.
Only Jenny. Only Jenny.
Let's see. These are pictures I did.
Oh, you're good too.
Enter that.
Nice.
It's a hominid. I'm trying to find
I had
the
this
one
friend
that
who was
my youngest did, or my other daughter did.
You're saying?
Hey, Randy. Just so you guys know, for anybody coming in, that link right there above is should go to shit, I did something wrong. But anyways, the one up there, it says next stream in 15 minutes. That's going over to Atheist Edge. Everybody's going to go over there in a few minutes and join Kaz, and they're going to have a great discussion. They're going to talk about the retrograde of religion and the Queen dying and a couple other topics. So it ought to be really interesting. And remember, we're doing this for Purple, so take the link. Oh, have I put it in there recently? It was pinned. I don't see it now. Hold on. Anyways, if you have donated, thank you very much. If you cannot donate, then shill this out for us. Send it out everywhere so people know where to find it. And maybe somebody has some cash and they can help. So either way. And that is the GoFundMe right there. So, yeah, everybody try to spread the word on that. Thank you so much, you guys, for coming by and hanging out and chat, and everybody up here and keeping me awake. And that's appreciated. And keeping me entertained. And it was fun, though. Good conversations. I like it. We always have some good serious and with some good funny. So it's a pretty good thing there.
It's funny. I just started tabbing over a few different things, just getting ready to jump into the other stream, and just clearing up some of the open tabs I don't need anymore. And then I tabbed into your Twitch, and obviously there's a delay from what we have here and what I'm doing over there. And just the face I was making, I'm like, wow, that's the face I make when I'm just like thinking about stuff. God damn it. No wonder people react. Oh, man.
Oh, you're silly. Sabrina is silly. Okay, and there is the, just in case I fuck something up there. I don't know what that other one is, but that's the YouTube link. So, and it is pinned up there.
Yeah, I
right.
followed the link, so I'm gonna jump out now. So that
Yeah,
I
I
can
think
get ready
you,
up.
Jenny, should. Yeah, don't freak out, Kaz. I sent you both the link in your Twitter DM, and thanks for going and talking with
almost there,
him.
So.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, ladies.
Chat with you later. Bye bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Guess we're gonna chop this sucker off at the neck, cut off the snake, cut the apron string. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody, click that link. Go over to Atheist Edge, and Sabrina and Jenny and Kaz are going to be over there, and they're going to be just discussing some interesting topics and finishing out Purple's fundraiser. I will be in the chat, keeping you guys up to date on totals and throwing the links in there. So I will see you guys in a little bit, and remember, take care of yourselves. Take care of one another. And most of all, like seriously, have some peace in your life.